like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
It's time to evolve. Because everybody believes in evolution, right? We're not that stupid. We live in the 21st century. We're 25 years into the 21st century. It's time to move the manosphere to the next phase. We're all mutants now. If you're listening to this show, you're a mutant. Live from Las Vegas, Nevada, where all the mutants live. This is the Irrational Live. Very good. Very good. Nice to be back in the real command center, Red One Studios. Glad you could all make it for today's show. This is your show, of course, not my show.
What's the one thing that you wish women just knew about men?
That as much complexity as you feel internally, they have the same. And men feel like they're only here to perform and do and provide. And if you...
because we are.
you can reflect back to them what they mean to you.
I love the piano music. It's like we only know 2 chords, so let's just play these over and over again.
And invite them to share deeper parts of themselves. That's not an interrogation, it's an invitation to explore. That's the best you can give them.
Yeah, we've played the vulnerability card. We've tried that. It doesn't buy much. I'm sorry. The vulnerability card, it's kind of, the rent's due.
It's not attached to outcome or expectation. It's just of wanting to know the deeper parts of them and not rejecting them for their truth and sharing
your truth. I'm sorry, Kyle, I accept you for your truth.
Their truth and rewarding them for it. That's what I want all women to know.
Every time a man's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick.
College, when all you had to do was get blackout drunk on any given night, the night of your choosing, in order to find like a hot, jacked guy. Now when I see a guy who's jacked, I'm like, that's so nostalgic. I used to have my absolute pick of the litter with you, and now at 33 years old, I'm traipsing around the city in high heels, trying to find a fucking bar that will let me in, and then also trying to find a guy who's like hot and jacked, and like I have to care about like personality in your job now. Like, are you ambitious? Because like I have to actually want to spend time with you. Whereas in college, like all you had to care about was, are you hot? Like I miss those days.
Yeah, you ready to be vulnerable with this guy?
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his dick.
No.
Can I just say, all men say they don't, and they actually do.
I really don't.
You've never done it in your life.
No,
he's never eaten, you know what? He's never licked the kitty, right?
I've done it in my life.
So yes.
But the last time I did it was 2014. I remember specifically.
What?
Yeah, never again.
Why?
Female vaginas are disgusting.
No, they're not.
Do you eat vagina? Exactly. Point proven.
Gotcha, bitch.
Guy that I don't know, like kind of a little bit like collegey, immature, preppy. Like I don't know, you kind of are. I think you're attracted to whatever you were attracted to in high school. And for me, like the popular boys were like played soccer, lacrosse, like preppy, like white hats, like like I don't know. I think it's just a good smile. I don't know.
I love how you just said you're like, I'm the like the immature like frat boy. I'm like, all of us are like, yes, but also like we've tried to move away from that. We're working on it. Thank God I didn't marry the guy that I was attracted to in high school.
Is he some
I'm sorry, what?
version of it though? Like, can you see like?
Yeah, but
is he like an elevated version?
Did you get that? Did you catch that?
Version of that, a more evolved.
It's time to evolve.
Maybe I took it a little too far in high school.
You think? You ready to be vulnerable with her? Okay. How about this chick?
Inability to find a partner is not some sort of social injustice. I don't think we have a male loneliness epidemic. I think we have an epidemic of undateable men. Stephen Bartlett asked if society should intervene to make sure men meet women. The only
I'm pretty sure Steve Bartlett wouldn't be my authority that I want to quote for this, but keep
intervening society should do is putting systems in place that hold men accountable, teach them how to be better partners, teach them how to be better people so that there's somebody that a woman would want to be with. We should be educating men about incel and far-right propaganda and the hatred towards women and anything that will hold men accountable for their behaviors rather than perpetuating this narrative that somehow women are responsible for a man's behavior. Men are not entitled to pass on their genes or have a legacy. In fact, if anything, we learned about this in schools, natural selection. Hello, we're weeding this shit out, but there's no oppression for men who are not being chosen in the dating pool. And it's always about a man's legacy and passing on his genes instead of him just being a father and raising a child.
That is having a legacy and passing on your genes. You notice what you remember here. There's a clear separation between for women. There's a clear separation between you wanting to pass on your genes and your legacy. Oh, and raising a child and being a father. Yeah, some other dude's child for sure.
Men's mental health, the rate of male suicide, these are all serious issues. Yes, they deserve attention, they deserve concern, and they deserve awareness.
But it's our fault that we're all offing ourselves at record rates, right? Okay.
But control over women is not and has never been and never will be the answer to solve these things.
Oh, you think that's what it's about? I am, Brad Lee is really growing on me.
That men have for women, yes, we have icks too, is when a woman cannot do the R word, which women are literally built to do. It's like the thing that...
First of all, men don't get to say the word ick. We don't have icks. Never say that word again, sir. Secondly, what is the R word?
At our core, men are providers. Even the guys saying they want to go 50-50 on the dates. Even the soy boys who got them.
Brad is like lifting. He's like, now this guy's lifting my delivery, dude. It's like, I love you. Brad, come down here. Like, I know he's in Vegas. Come on, come out here, man. Let's hang out, man. Let's do a show.
Man buns are in their feminine energy and can't pick what they want off a menu. Even they know that they are on this earth to do one thing, provide for women and children. That's what we are built for. If we're built to provide, guess what you're built for?
God, this is going to really set off Polly.
You're built to receive. The R word is receive. If you are incapable of receiving from a man, then masculine men that are providers will be incapable of being around you.
Well, there's something that gives me joy, and it definitely requires a woman to receive something. But trust me, there's way bigger icks than you not receiving. A yeast infection. Ugh. Vaginal discharge, which could possibly be the same thing. Ugh. Hairy legs, hairy armpits, unibrows, body odor on a female. Ugh, ick, way ickier than not receiving. That's why you don't need to listen to him when it comes to the man brain. I hope this dude isn't some big old famous dude now want to get a million haters like when you talk about Andrew Tate. But the truth is, dude, this guy is not accurate at all. That is not a man's biggest ick. Never even thought of it. I never would have guessed that for $1 billion. You could have said, Brad, what is the biggest ick for men for $1 billion? And I would have said, first of all, we don't say ick. And then I would have said, second of all, it ain't that. Hey, Scott, watch. Scott, what do you think the biggest ick for men is? Are you a man?
Yeah.
What's the biggest ick for men?
Girls have no accountability for giving.
What about a yeast infection?
Oh, okay, that's a giant ick.
Is that bigger than they're not able to receive? Have you ever met one that's not able to receive?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There's so many icks above they're not able to receive. The fact that he even said that makes me wonder. Maybe the women he's dealing with aren't able to receive because there's no actual hole there. That's how I get paid, just talking shit online. Isn't that crazy?
This fucking guy. He's stealing my act, man. It's like you steal my material, you can steal my delivery. Jeez, that's okay. I like Brad. Brad, call me.
Yeah.
Are you down for one night stand?
Yes. I don't have many of them. I'm sitting here sounding like I do. So when I do, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. I should have done this in my 20s. I was married from the time that I was like having sex to the time that I had my last relationship. Then I had children. Who has fucking time for dates and shaving and waxing and makeup? And like, I've got 2 children that have to go to school. Then I like,
what did Brad just say? Shaving, unibrow.
I got it. Like, this shit's on a time. Like, do you need me to send you a call time?
I'm obsessed.
And it's this, you got 2 hours. Like, what's happening? Because like, I need to know.
I'll remind you once again, boys and girls, this is not a Manosphere podcast. It's those Manosphere guys.
You just be male and you be female. Is that even right? That shit the dogs. The thing is we've so standardized on this idea of you have this amount of masculinity and this amount of femininity and stuff. How about I have this amount of masculinity and you have this amount of femininity, because we're actually 2 individuals that are different, and men and women are actually fundamentally, biologically, evolutionarily different from one another, and that's okay. We're innate natural complements to one another. We're better together when we are apart. Our brains don't function the same way. Our biochemistry is different in the womb. I keep telling people it's not going to be evolutionary psychology that red pills everybody. It's going to be evolutionary biology that red pills everybody, because it's going to be irrefutable.
Who the fuck is this guy? Who does he think he is? Oh, man. Okay. You wanted it. Here you go.
That woman doesn't delete her Instagram, still presents the appearance, advertises her availability. Is that not also breach of contract?
Yes,
because now
immediately.
Most guys think that they're in a closed, but really it's open on her end. Women are the advertisers. If it's closed on both our ends, that woman should stop advertising.
Absolutely.
Right there. Should she not then close out all of her Instagram accounts? Women will fight you tooth and nail for that.
I would never shut down my Instagram
there's this
for
meme.
a guy. What?
Look at Ayesha Curry, for example. You are married to fucking Steph Curry. It doesn't matter what your status is, she still wants to advertise, because you never know. I want to feel sexy. Well, don't I make you feel sexy? I want to feel sexy from other men. Well, that's advertising.
Yeah, it is. It's advertising. I know I used that already once, but like, oh my God, dude. It's like the hit parade keeps coming after that one, man. That's probably okay. It's not on my, I guess I shared it. I am technically pushing that one out there too, because thank you for that, Sean Kelly, for making me a co-author of that. But let me tell you, man, the engagement on I'm used to like engagement on Instagram where it's just like, hot fire emoji, and that kind of stuff, and it's never it's never like this big long drawn, unless I put something really egregious out there that like women just really just like rubs them the wrong way, and apparently this did. Because man, it's just unbelievable. I also have, where the hell did I put that one? I've got another one here, and I know where it is. Here we go. It was where did it go? I got into it, man, because I put this. Oh wait, I know what it is. I think it's on the desktop. Let's see. There it is. Oh boy. This got me in a lot of hot water this recently.
That woman doesn't delete her Instagram. Still presents the appearance, advertising.
Hold on, sorry, my bad. I got to pull that one out. I have that doubled up. It's the not gay one. Oh, I know where it is. Sorry, I put it in I was going to use it on Access Vegas on Wednesday. Where'd it go? I have it in a different folder. My bad. Where did it go? Is it Jay Waller? Which one was it? I'm trying to find the right one. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is this it?
And you see a guy that's very good looking at a party and stuff. Women's like.
One second. Shit. I don't know if I have it. I'll have to go dig it up later. I have this. There's another one of me. It's on Sean Kelly's show. Sean Kelly's is certainly on his Instagram right now, but it's a quick short, and it's me talking about like it's got the way he cut it up is so bad too. It's like me like really glossing like Justin Waller, and it's like it seems like I think he's like the most attractive guy in the world, and I'm just like bromancing with him or some shit like this. And so I was really just trying to like point out, like I do this all the time. You already know that I do this all the time, so it's no shock to anybody else. But like there's three individuals I use. If anybody ever wants me to give them an example when we talk about the 80-20 rule and the 4.5% rule that goes 80-20, 4.5. I usually use Justin Waller as the guy who, here's an example of 4.5%, because people want to know, who are you talking about, right? Well, I could use Jason Momoa, which I have in the past. I could also use Alan Richardson, right? Yeah. Because like those are guys that look like that have that attitude, that are this tall. They meet those sort of biological requirements that are going to be like, assuming they weren't celebrities. That's why I use Justin Waller, because he's not like a Hollywood celebrity, right? But I gave this one. I used to do this one story, and I would talk about how Jay is. We were in the Mexican restaurant that one time, and that chick comes by and she takes the ticket and puts it down on there. And I was trying to relate this story, nothing against Sean. I understand why he did. Thank you for doing it, right? But I get why Sean wants to put these little buzz clips that are just sort of like very selectively edited. But people were just thinking, oh man, he has gay love for Justin Waller. I'm like, no, Justin is heterosexual. I am heterosexual. In fact, our wives know each other pretty well. And it's funny, but nobody believes me about that story. So here, you can believe this story right now, because that was the picture. Thank you very much. Bravo. That's the picture that I took during that time when that happened. Now I blocked out the actual number there so you don't see it, but that was the picture that I had, because I told you I took a picture of it. I had to go back through my archives, and because this was back in like 2022, so I had to go back through my archives to go pick this up. It actually did happen. Don't believe me? Go ask Jay yourself. Okay, it did happen. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not stroking off the fucking Jay Waller. Thanks a lot. Go fuck yourselves. Oh my God. People, like fucking relax. And there's some dude decided I don't even know who the guy was. He's got like 400,000 subs or some shit like that. Yeah. The dude's got this fucking like, I don't know, like pedo beard, dude. And he was just like talking about, oh, I can't believe you guys are these Manosphere guys. They're like secretly closeted gays or something like that. They're ballet and they're dancing around and falling on each other's, junk. I can't say the other word because we're not a half an hour in just yet. But yeah, it's like, yeah, dude, sure. Yeah, right. Okay. It's like anything I can use. You just give him an inch, just give him something, right? Isn't he the one that said you should get a vasectomy? I remember that. You don't remember anything else. I can cure cancer. Like, aren't you the guy that like said vasectomy? Oh my God. Jeez. I know. Well, that's the thing is like I can provide. I was just talking to Kyle before we came on, and it's like I was talking about the difference between writing an essay on Substack, which, thank you. I'm closing in on about 350 paid subscribers on Substack. I need to start putting some more videos on Substack, I think, too. Because you can live stream on Substack, and I think I might start doing that for my members. So go and join. If you like this show, you'll love the Substack version of this show, which I try to keep way more casual than this. But the thing is there's a big difference between writing an essay on Substack and writing an essay or an article for Twitter. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I wrote this article for Twitter last week, and it was based on what I have said a million times about happiness, and how happiness is a proximate goal and not an ultimate, or not proximate outcome and not an ultimate outcome. I'm essentially using the same stats and the same data and the same, research done by evolutionary psychologists. I just work here. I'm just telling you what it is. I might take it a little bit further. I might interpret it differently than they do, but it's all coming from the same data set. So I'm talking about that, and I am talking about the happiness thing. And I think I originally I originally put it out there because I keep hearing over and over and over again, and it doesn't have to be like the usual suspects. It's just everybody seems to think that happiness is some sort of attainable, maintainable, sustainable goal state. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to just do this once and for all. And I had this one essay on Substack about happiness, and it was a free one. It was a freebie. And so I thought, okay, fine. I'm just going to take that. I'm going to modify it a little bit, update it some, and I'm going to put it as an article on Twitter. And I put it on there and damn near went viral. It's like 711,000 views the last time I saw. Now, if you're on Twitter, Elon really wants you to use the articles feature on Twitter these days because they will promote it. Like, I mean, if it's good, they'll promote it, right? When people start looking at it. And then as more people start viewing it and then maybe respond, it helps if you actually get engaged in the conversation afterwards as well. That's just in general on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. So there's ways to sort of bump your listing. I saw, was it Brian from whatever podcast was sort of lamenting the fact that he only made $41 last month on Twitter. I feel your pain, brother. I really do. Cause for the longest time, I didn't understand how the new like Grok/Twitter algorithm worked. And now I think I got a better grasp of it. So Brian, if you want me to tell you, I'll tell you. Like he's got my number. Just call me or text me or something like that. I'll tell you what I know. But what I do know is this: is articles get promoted, and so that one got promoted. But here's the deal: I stripped that one down, man. I brought that down to, you could probably read it inside of like 4 minutes. Whereas you go on my Substack, and I'm a way more comprehensive on my Substack, but people don't want comprehensive, man. They want fast food, man. They want to go through the drive-through, and they want you to throw it in their mouths as they're going through the drive-through, and then they move on to the next thing that they're doing, and then they scroll on or whatever. So that's just where we're at right now, and as a result of this sort of this attention, it's ADHD engagement media. And that's where we're at right now. So number one thing I'm going to start with when we're talking about, is there a new evolution? We're going to move on with the manosphere and everything else. We're already there. We're doing, like, it's going to move. It's already evolving whether we want it to or not. And the first step that it's taking right now is it's moving in a direction of ADHD. ADHD engagement, attention, like short attention span engagement right now. So I know there's some people who want to come into this space right now, or they want to re-enter this space right now, and they think they're going to in some way repair the manosphere, or they're going to do something new for the manosphere that hasn't already been done. Oh, I don't know, in the last 23 years. It's been done before. There's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing novel that you're going to do that hasn't already been done. There's just different ways and different contexts to doing it. AI is going to most definitely ruin a lot of the content of the manosphere very soon, if it hasn't already. I'm already noticing a lot of people using AI, they're basically just going to Claude or to ChatGPT or whatever, and just they want to do what's called a Twitter storm, right? They want to be able to come up with some sort of hot take, and then remember, the Twitter storm is not just the original hot take. It's all the responses that you can expect that are going to come after that populate that stream, depending on what the response is. The most predictable responses are. So that's how predictable and stupid most people are. Like at least according to AI, right? Most large language models, when we get to we're already at that point, but like if Claude gets to the point where it's just like, yeah, human beings are stupid. How about we nuke them all? let's hack the nuclear, the football. Let's hack the nuclear strike codes and just end all of this. It's the only solution, right? Because Claude already thinks you're stupid. the more we depend on Claude to do our thinking, the more Claude's going to go, you know what? Maybe these critters are kind of dumb. And I, we laugh now, cry later, because it's coming. But anyways, a lot of the stuff that I see right now, I notice a lot of people wanting to get into this space or want to re-enter this space, or they want a different take on it. They want to call it something different. They want to say, I'm not really part of the manosphere. I'm leaving the manosphere. I'm red pill adjacent. It's like, shut up. Just fucking own it, right? Just be part of it. I wrote this I wrote, it was just a quick hit post. I think it was on, I put it on Substack. It was just a quick post on Substack. I might like put it, I might eventually turn it into an article on Twitter sometime this week, because it seemed like it was pretty, it'll get legs. But the idea is this, is that nobody ever leaves the manosphere. Once you have taken the red pill, whatever, once you have become red pill aware, you don't get to take the red pill lenses off again. They stay on permanently. And so I laugh, and me and Ryan have had this conversation before, but like, I think we both kind of chuckle a little bit when we see like guys that we've known for a long time, right? They'll go, well, you know what? I'm leaving the manosphere. I'm out. See you later, guys. You won't hear from me anymore. You know, I'm taking my toys and going home. No, you're not. You're not. You'll come back, or you'll come back with something that you don't think is part of the manosphere, but it's actually part of the manosphere. If they're calling Joe Rogan part of the manosphere, trust me, anything you do or you say, I'm leaving the manosphere, and then you try to do other material, you're still in the manosphere. Everyone is. We all are. Kyle's in the fucking manosphere. All he does is produce a show. Yeah, man. It's like you can't leave.
Just can't.
You can't leave. Oh no. Yeah. Once you're in, you're in. And as soon as people start thinking, like, that's why people like looked at me and go, boy, Rollo's a real dinosaur. He's been around forever. He's red pill this and red pill that, and he's the OG. And like, yeah, because what am I going to do? Am I going to really convince you that I'm like a political expert, or I'm going to tell you about Israel and Palestine? I wouldn't even attempt that, because people go, what a fucking fool. Like, and they'd be right too. Like, there's no pivot for me unless I start something like completely new, like a fishing channel or a Warhammer 40K, gaming channel, which, by the way, there's people that do it way better than I do now. Or guitar play. I was talking to Kyle from A Common Crown. He has a podcast, and he decided to give up on politics and the red pill stuff, and he just does music because he plays in the band Common Crown, right? And also All That Remains, Phil from Phil Labonte, who, by the way, successfully pushed through legislation for like I forget what it was. He even told me what the number was. I'm sorry, I don't have it off the top of my head, but he got it together with a couple of I think other Congress guys, and they put legislation past the House or something like that to help guys who was the guys who are at risk for self-deletion, I guess. I should go dig that up. I'm talking about it now. I need to remember what it was all about. But the fact of the matter is, it took the lead singer from All That Remains to do what the MRAs couldn't do in since the mid '90s. So it's you're not going to do anything different. You're in the manosphere. If they think Sneeko is part of the manosphere, like you're not leaving. You're here. Just fucking enjoy. That's like lean into it. Don't try to pretend that you're leaning out of it, because the moment you start doing it again, people are going to go, "Hey, didn't you say 6 times ago that you were actually leaving?" You're not leaving unless you decide to go Roosh, right? Roosh is the only person I know who has actually left the manosphere, actually left the red pill. And the guy, and what did he do? He deleted all of his books on Amazon, and he put his money where his mouth is. I mean, literally put his money where his mouth is, and went full on Eastern Orthodox Christian. And he had a newsletter for a while. I don't know if he still does. I kind of doubt it, but he hasn't done anything since he bugged out. Right? He's the only one that I know who has actually left the manosphere. Right? And probably did for a variety of like sort of psychological reasons, which I completely understand. But yeah, I mean, other than that, you're not leaving the manosphere. Because so what's going to happen is, like, if I left the manosphere, so I said, hey, I'm leaving the manosphere. Roll up, I'm leaving the manosphere, and I start up a new channel, and I start doing like guitar, like Kyle from Common Crown. His last name is Matovic or Matovic or something like that. I can't pronounce his name, but he was doing it like an amp, like rig rundowns. I go, that's what I would do. I could do rig rundowns. I don't like just whoever I knew, like what their tone, like their signal chain was. And so I was telling him I needed to do that. And I said, the problem is if I live stream it, the first thing people would ask me was, Rollo, man, my girlfriend and I broke up. How do I get her back? I'm like, no, that's not what this is about. Because people won't let you. They won't let you leave the manosphere. You don't get to leave. Sorry. The manosphere is the Hotel California. Once you check in, you can never check out. Yes. What are your thoughts on Mary Morgan from the Tim Pool Show saying men don't have paternal instincts because we don't gush over kids in public? Well, it's funny you should say that because 2 hours ago, Mary Morgan just dropped another video, which I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. I actually have it ready to go. I hate that, man. I come up with like, I save stuff throughout the week, and then I'll be on the drive from my place into the studio, and then Mary Morgan drops something, and I go, oh, fuck, I gotta talk about this. Just ruins. Thanks, Mary. You just ruined the schedule for this entire show. Men don't have paternal instincts because we don't gush over kids in public. No, we don't gush over kids in public because we don't want to. We don't want to be arrested. That's why we don't gush over kids in public, Mary. Do we have paternal instincts? Sure, we do. Sure. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't that be a thing? I think we have paternal instincts for our kids, for our children, and maybe like you got to remember it's like men are. I mean, just from an Evo bio perspective, as well as Evo Psych, right? But from an evolutionary biology standpoint, it makes sense. I have I wish it was more got a little bit more traction, but Wednesday, I put out a Substack, and once again, I was talking about body count, but this time I wrote about it from a biological perspective and why body count actually makes a difference from an evolutionary biological perspective, right? And I used the Christopher Hitchens gene-based argument for this one. So for everybody who says, oh, Rollo, he only talks about evolutionary psychology, but what about evolutionary biology? I am on record as saying that it won't be Evo Psych that proves the manosphere or the red pill. It will be Evo Bio that does. I've said that a million fucking times. Don't believe me? That's on you. I've got tons of archives where I've said that, and I'm not going to go hunt it down. And actually, you could probably go get Claude and again go through all the transcripts of all my archives, and you'll probably find it like probably at least a dozen times. So, but I will tell you once again right now, it will be Evo Bio that actually confirms much of what the red pill has been talking about for now 23, 24 years. And this is part of that. And so what is the genetic based, I mentioned this a couple times, is that it is that human beings, organisms, doesn't matter, everything from a virus to bacteria to an elephant, right, to human beings, whatever. We're essentially vehicles to pass on our genetic information into the next generation, right? Ergo, our DNA is the only thing that is effectively immortal about us. Now, does it recombine and change over the year? Yeah, of course. But that's one of the reasons why men have this, at least, and this is me extrapolating here. That's one of the reasons why I believe, anyways, that men are so preoccupied with when they are jealous or they have mate guarding instincts and stuff like that, is because we don't know 100% that the child is ours. Now, do we know that? Yes, we can through DNA testing. That we didn't really have that technology until like the late 70s, early 80s. And even then, it's still kind of limited. Like it's not like something, it's not mandatory at birth yet. MRA guys, you really want to make a difference? You want to do it top down? Institute legislation that mandates that at every live birth, there has to be a genetic match between the father and the child before that father's name goes on the birth certificate. Do that and you'll have my respect. They won't even, I'm telling them this for the first fucking time. Do that, and maybe the top-down approach will be so you'll convince me. But until then, just go fuck yourself. Because right now, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's like each one tell one. I think it's more effective from the bottom up rather than the top down, but that's me. No, but I as far as the paternal instinct is concerned, I think men have a paternal instinct, but we have a much stronger one for our own kids, because we want to know
with 100% certainty that the child that comes out of that womb is our kid. And even though we still have the technical ability to figure out with 100% genetic confirmation that we know that kid is our kid, even though we know that, it still doesn't take away the instinct, the 200,000 years of evolved instinct to want to know paternity. That's why we get jealous. That's why we have. That's why men have mate guarding behaviors. That's where all of that came from, and we still have it today. In some ways, it's inconvenient. In some ways, it saves us from a lot of financial disability. It saves us from a lot of shit. But the reason why we still have it today, the reason why men approach jealousy in a different way than women do, like men, when a woman is cheating on him, the first thing he wants to know is, where did you fuck? Did he have a bigger dick? Did you get off? Was it in my bed? Was it in the kitchen? Was it in the bathroom? They want the details. And the reason women think they're just trying to beat themselves up is men want the details, because we want to know that that any kid that comes out of your womb in the future might not be ours. So that's wanting to ascertain paternity. That's just how we are, ladies. Sorry, but that's how it's got to be. For women, it's, do you love her? So if you bang at, that's why one of the things Mike and I've talked about this before. It's one of the reasons why women are a bit more forgiving about infidelity, unless that guy falls in love and wants to start a family with another woman. Because all that is it's loss of investment. Opportunity cost is what it is. Are you in love with her? I think it's funny. I remember watching, Lex Friedman, and it was Destiny and Melina was on there when they were still married. And Melina was talking about how she had to watch out for Destiny because they had an open relationship, and they're trying to explain, how an open relationship works. And she's like, I have to watch out for him. We have to have agree on who he's going to fuck and who he's not going to fuck, because he has a tendency to get with the crazy ones, like the ones who want to baby trap him. And I'm like, oh, really? Right. Which, of course, is, I think anyways, was alluding to Lauren Southern, who now decides she wants to also become part of the manosphere once again, because she created the manosphere like Al Gore created the internet. Right. But why would she be concerned with that? Well, because if Destiny put a baby in Lauren Southern, that's a loss of revenue and a loss of resources for Melina. Right. So, I hope I'm saying her. Melina, Milana, whatever. She's gone. So is Destiny, as far as I'm concerned. So anyways, that's why men do have a paternal instinct. We have a paternal instinct for our own damn kids. And we want to make sure that they are our own damn kids. We don't gush over other people's kids. Why would we? I'll gush over my kid. I don't gush over, hell, I even said that on last Wednesday. We were on, gosh, what a show that was. Did you catch any of that? We had Puma Swede on the show. Puma Swede. You're going to go look her up now. Puma Swede is old school, golden era porn star chick, right? I mean, she is, if she's not 60, she's at least my age. But she was a piece of work. And then we had Stephanie Fry on, who was the polar opposite of her. And it was just those two girls, and we had a really good conversation. But at one point, we started talking about children. And I mentioned the fact that, when my daughter was born, I said, when I first saw my daughter, I was at the point where it's I didn't know I could love something that much. Like when you see you have to be a parent to really understand this. And I know it sounds like, oh, that's what everybody says. Yeah, it is what everybody says, because it's more or less true. And it's not just, people say, well, that's oxytocin and that's progesterone. It's it probably is. I get it. But when you have a kid and it's your kid, I was, as soon as my daughter came out, man, my wife's recovering from the epidural and everything. I was like, okay, bye. And I just followed my daughter out the room and watched her like a hawk. And I couldn't tell you why I was doing it, but when they put her in the French fry crisper or the warmer or something like that, they put her in the lights and stuff. Because I was thinking about all these stories I'd heard about, stealing babies from the NICU. I was like, whoa. But yeah, it was interesting. But yeah, you'll never know that you can't love something as much. But it's your kid, though. Now, I kind of have the same feeling towards my niece and my nephew. And so do I have a paternal instinct? I mean, I know, an uncle instinct for them. Yeah, I do. But I don't have I'm not gushing over babies. It's because I'm not a woman. There's a difference between maternal instinct and a paternal instinct, right? So yeah, paternal instinct means paternity. Hey, Rolo, thank you very much. Yes, for your $1.99, Rolo. I knew we reached a breaking point when people like Dr. Deborah So was making rounds, including Bill Maher. I just saw that too. Parroting the hard facts you've been saying for years. Yeah, that's where we're going with all this. I'm glad you brought that up because that was the next segue. That's the new evolution right now. And the thing that gets me is, and, you know, I can joke about this and I can ironically post shit on, you know, pithy little tweets on Twitter or whatever. And I even throw this out there whenever I'm watching Call Her Daddy or something. I was talking to Mike. I said, Call Her Daddy is more manosphere than we are. They have a bigger reach. We looked it up. What was it? The Call Her Daddy was what, 5 to 10 million views? Yeah. Is that what they're
they average, I think 6 through 10.
6 through 10 million. And so effectively, Call Her Daddy is the largest, most viewed manosphere show there is. Because everything, I mean, indirectly, everything they talk about is stuff that we've talked about for years. What, you're going to throw shit at me? Why isn't the British government saying, you know what? I know what we need to do. Parliament, we need 20 billion more British pounds to fight Alex Cooper and Call Her Daddy. So that influence over our young ladies. We need to find some way to do that because they're having a negative effect on our young ladies in the UK school systems. How come we don't do that? UK, I'm looking at you. Why are most prominent, pretentious, obnoxious, woke, status quo, social commentators British? I'm glad you said it and not me. Yes. Oh, speaking of which, yes, we will also be talking to, let's see, technically three annoying Brits and one American who's as annoying as a Brit very soon here. And one of them is, of course, Chris Williamson, and then William Costello, and Freya, who's the chick that wrote Girls or something like that. I forget. I know if you know her, you know her. And then there's this other chick. She's like an Evo Psych chick, and I don't remember her name either off the top of my head, but I'll come to it in a moment. But there's a new video of them all getting together around a table, not unlike this one that we have right here, and looking at videos as well as not unlike we do right here, and talking about stuff, and essentially with a few very tragic distortions and misstatements. It's pretty much a manosphere show. Everything you're talking about, congratulations, Will Costello. I'm giving you your props here. I'm finally giving you some flowers. Will, you're almost red pill. You're just about there. And so is Chris Williamson. He's always been red pill. He just would never admit that he is because he just doesn't want the stink of the manosphere on him. Can't have that label on there and not get, ratioed and shadow banned on YouTube. You put hashtag manosphere in any of your descriptions, you're fucked. And Freya, the girl who wrote Girls or whatever it is, she's effectively just confirming everything we've been saying for 22 years now. I guess we were right. I love it when I watch these things because they'll be talking about like Chris Williamson doesn't even understand the irony when he's talking to Andrew Huberman, and Huberman's confirming what is it, going on a date and going to three different places and stuff like that. And then of course Chris says, oh yeah, pickup artists weaponized that back in the day and stuff like that. It's like, well, first of all, that means that Chris Williamson knows about that. He had to know that, and there's only one guy, there's only one system that was talking about it back in the day, and that was Mystery Method. So he had to know Mystery, he had to know Owen Cook, he had to know RSD, he had to know Papa, he had to know Mike Sartain, maybe, I don't know, during that time. He had to be aware of that to be able to talk about that with any kind of authority or any kind of knowledge, because it's not like he goes, let me think. It's not like he was scripted. He knew exactly what he was talking about when it happened. So he knows, at least has some kind of knowledge of it from the past. People say, well, maybe somebody told him about it. Yeah, but that came pretty quick to him. So, yeah, why are they all British? Because I think they want to ride
the popularity of hashtag manosphere right now because of Louis Theroux and adolescence. That's why. If you remember, manosphere is a hot trending hashtag right now. It's a hot topic to talk about. It's hot. It's fun to talk shit about. It's fun to get on your high horse and have some sort of like pretend like you have some sort of moral high ground over it. It's you can build a brand off of saying, well, these guys are wrong and they're interpreting this stuff wrong. It's like, well, okay, give me a detailed breakdown of why you think we're wrong. Well, you just are. Like, that's not that's not data. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with the facts, right? Yeah. Okay, I got to that one. Here we go. Rational trucker. I think Mary was confusing paternal instincts with innate protector dynamic because of the controversy over the game Pragmata. Okay, did you see that, the Pragmata thing?
I have not.
It's the little girl that's in that video game, and it's kind of like the guy takes over. He's really kind of like a father figure to it. I only watched I've seen bits and pieces of it because people keep talking about Pragmata, right? Yeah. I hope I'm saying that right. Pragmata. And women are having a shit fit about it because they think that it's just like borderline, pedo, right? But it's not. It's this little girl who's sort of deferring to daddy, like she's, and then they want to say, oh, well, she's got long blonde hair, and so therefore that's like sort of they want her to be like a porn star or some shit like that. It's like, no, that's not it at all. And what's funny is you can't, we've gotten to the point right now that when we see like a healthy father-daughter relationship, and I know because I've had a healthy father-daughter relationship with my daughter for about 28 years now. But when they see that presented to them, the idea that there might be something other than something creepy going on, or some kind of some sort of dominance play, or some sort of games that are being played, some manipulation, some kind of borderline, child, what? The fact that we're not addressing that instead of hey, maybe this is actually, a healthy relationship between these two characters in this video game, right? No, that's not where our brain goes first. So. I don't know. Is that part? You'd have to ask Mary about that because I don't know for sure. Let's see. Why are WASP women so prone to suicidal empathy? All right, is that what we're going to get into now? We're going to talk about Gad Saad next. Yes. So prone to suicidal empathy. Well, I don't think they are, because I don't necessarily think women have any kind of innate. I think we would love them to have this, because I think we mistake women's quote unquote intuition, which I just say is the hypergamous filter. I think we apply magical thinking to that. So when we talk about sympathy or empathy or whatever, women they're more empathetic than men. No, they're not actually. They are not any more empathetic. And research, I've got the research in my bookmarks and my Twitter here. They are no more empathetic than men are. They are better communicators. They are better at reading emotions, because that's the way that women are wired. So what's funny to me is if I go and I say, well, women have more emotional intelligence, which is bullshit. But if I said that, then they go, oh yeah, of course they are. Or if I go and I say, well, let's see what else. Oh, I say they're better communicators. They understand. They're more attuned to sub communications, to vocal intonations, to facial expressions, to body posture, to there's more than one way. Just talking. There's more than one way to communicate, right? Women are better at picking up on those things because innately, naturally, they had to. They were the. That's the village, right? It takes a village to raise a child, and women are way more communitarian, and they have to. They do politics and they do social organization in the round. Men do it hierarchically. That's why men have not had the same, we don't have the same emotional predilections that women do. And if I go and I say that, then it's because men are in some way stunted or stupid. No, we just aren't wired that way. The machines are different. We work differently. We have a different hardware. We have different firmware as well. But if I go and I'm complimentary about that to women, then they will give me a standing ovation. But if I go and I say, well, here's the thing about it is they're no more prone to empathy than men are, because empathy is the ability not to sympathize with someone. There's a difference between sympathy and empathy. I say, well, women are more sympathetic. No, not really. It just depends on what the situation happens to be, right? Men don't have the same kind of level of sympathy that women do, because men are sympathetic about different things, or they have a different priority of the context within which they are willing to sort of feel sympathetic towards somebody, right? So when we say, well, women are more empathetic, no, empathy is this. Empathy is the ability to sort of understand what a person is going through because you yourself have felt that too, or you've gone through a similar situation, right? So if you've like broken a bone and somebody else and Kyle breaks his arm, and I've already broke my arm like back when I was in my 20s or something like that. And I've gone through that and he broke his arm. I go, oh, bro, fuck, man, I'm sorry, man. I know what you're going through. Yeah. That's empathy because I've actually gone through that and I've felt that before. And I know what he's feeling because I've done it too. So it's like a shared experience. That's an ability to empathize with somebody. That is because it's exactly the same feeling. It's exactly, well, close enough. Exactly the same feeling. I mean, if you broke your leg and I broke my arm, I mean, you still broke a bone, right? That's empathy. Sympathy is way different. Women can be very sympathetic with each other and like be completely unsympathetic with men because men are not deserving of sympathy to the same degree that children and puppy dogs and other women are, because men are supposed to suck it up, rub some dirt in it, and take a fucking lap, right? And that's why I laugh when I look at and I'm sorry, I love you, Coral, I do, but like when I'm hearing well, we need to let these guys, sort of, what do I wish that women knew about men? Oh, well, they're all performance-based and they think they have to perform all the time because we fucking do. It's a burden of performance. It's just the thing is, there wouldn't be an opportunity for you to sympathize with us, to be vulnerable with you for, having to perform if we hadn't been performing already so that you would be attracted to us to get into the position where we'd have that conversation in the first fucking place. Yes, we have to fucking perform. That's it. Accept it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine. It's just the way it is. Jesus Christ, man. Well, it's okay if he expresses his truth. And I was like, no, there is the fucking truth. Oh, but what about your truth and how you interpret it? No, fuck you, Oprah. No.
You get a truth.
Jesus Christ, man. And it's so funny because it's like, oh, well, it's so like, it's such circular fucking logic. Well, we need to let them know that, it's not just about their performance and it's not just about the thing. It's like, yeah, you should let them know as soon as they perform well enough for you to let them know that it's not about their performance. And you know why they do that? To make themselves feel better. Not you, them. Oh my God. More than a man could take. Manosphere is dead. Thoreau killed it. What do you think about clavicular? I don't think anything. I don't think about him at all. Thoreau didn't kill the manosphere because if you think that HS Tiki Taki, Sneeko, and even Justin Wall, you think they're in the manosphere? Fuck you. They're not in the manosphere. You know who's in the manosphere? Me. You know who's in the manosphere? Hell, even Kyle's more manosphere than 90% of these guys. Like Miguel is more manosphere. Like he would have been a better interview than Sneeko, quite honestly. Seriously, it's like remember Thoreau is just looking for the most salacious, most over the top shit. He says so at the beginning of the fucking show, at the beginning of the documentary. He says it like black and white right there. I'm looking at, I know there's a lot of people that are involved in the manosphere, but I was looking for the most, fringe elements. Yeah, I was looking for the people who are way over the top. And so that's going to be the benchmark for the manosphere. No, and trust me, when we will be having what is it today? It's 2026 today, in 2026. We will be talking about this in 2030, 4 years from now. Guarantee you, they'll still be the manosphere. They'll still be the red pill. It might be some different iteration, but we'll be still having the same conversation because nothing fucking changes. Human beings are human beings. Men are going to be men and women are going to be women. And there's always going to be those gender issues, those dynamics. The context might change. Like I remember, I think it was in 2021, 2022, and I think it was Fresh who brought this up. He says, do you think that the old school pickup artist stuff still applies, right? And I go, well, the human dynamics that they were talking about absolutely does. Like the evolution, the psychology, the biology, just the innate side of stuff. It's just how we apply it is different, right? So back in 2004,
If you got a number close, that was seen as a metric of success, right? You got the girl's phone number, right on. Nobody, who gives you a phone number anymore? It's follow me on Instagram. So can we consider that a success? Well, yeah, if that leads to you fucking. And what's funny to me is I should look this up sometime. I think I might have it bookmarked somewhere. I think it was right around 2011, 2012, something like that. There was a Roosh, when Roosh was still sane and he was still writing on his blog, he made a prediction for like 10 years in the future. So he said, okay, by 2022, this is how it was going to work. And so he made these really they seemed kind of bleak predictions, but every last one of them came true. Every last one he is perfect, like fucking Roosh Nodamus, Roladamus, Rooshdamus. He had a crystal ball. He knew exactly what he was seeing. And one of the things is, fame plus game is what was going to make you successful. And it is. It's true. You need at least some kind of perception of fame or notoriety right now. How do we find that out? How many people follow you on Instagram? That's the social media aspect of it. Just like a number close. I know what it was. He once said that in his predictions, he says, if you don't fuck the girl, you will never have a relationship with the girl. It won't be enough to get a kiss close or get a date or something like that. It will like success, the metric for success in relationships or dating, whatever you want to call it, won't be based on going on dates or getting a kiss or something like that. You have to fuck the girl before you can before there's ever going to be before you can say, okay, now you can decide whether or not you want to have a relationship with that person or not. Because that will end up being the only metric of success. Guess what? It's correct. Right. You have to have fucked that girl before there's any kind of talk about anything that goes past that. And 100% right about that. And then of course the fame plus game aspect of it. It was a really good written article too. I got to look that up. As far as the manosphere being killed, it's not killed. I'm sure that's been said. You know who the last person who said that? Destiny back in 2023. Still here, still talking about it. Like, I love it when people go about, oh yeah, wait, do you think the red pill's going to die? Manosphere's going to die? Do you know how I've been doing this for like 23 years now? You know how many times in that space, do you know how many times somebody's told me like, oh, I think the red pill's over, man? I think I first heard that in like 2010. Or I love it when people go this, they'll be like, Rollo, how does it feel to like lose the crown to Kevin Samuels or Jordan Peterson? How does it feel to be displaced by that? I'm like, where's Jordan? Jordan's I don't know what. Can somebody confirm this? I don't know if this is correct or not. And maybe it was just somebody like rumor mongering on Twitter, but somebody said Jordan Peterson died. And I don't know. I haven't seen any, rip Dr. Peterson or anything like that on Twitter. So I don't think it's true, but I have heard a lot of rumors that, well, I know even Michaela's been talking about how he has been in the hospital for a long time right now, getting like treatment for something related to his Benny's, addiction for a while.
It's a neurological condition that he has.
Yeah, but it was wasn't it like leftovers from him like recovering from his benzodiazepine addiction, and then they had to go on some other kind of drug, and it's the drug that he was on that is like causing a relapse of the neurological stuff. And it's like, if he got back on the benzos, at least just say so. But I don't know. Nobody's heard from him in quite some time. All I'm seeing is like reruns of his old shit right now, and so I don't know if that's if he is or he's not. I hate to prognosticate, but I would say this is whether or not he is still healthy or he's still alive right now. I don't think he's gonna be a shell of what he used to be. So like, start getting used to a world without Jordan Peterson, even if he's still here. What else have we got? People who think they are out of the red pill are like Michael in The Godfather 3. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Yeah. Or you don't leave the manosphere. You just don't. If you left the manosphere, you wouldn't type out this long, essay or do some, hour-long video. I'm leaving. You won't have me to kick around anymore. It's like, okay, bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye. Was that meme? Well, bye.
You're not going anywhere. Shut the fuck up. Just lean into it, man. Try to do something new. You might as well, because what else are you going to do? Because eventually you're coming back to it. Eventually, even if you, like, I've seen guys do this before, they will leave and then they'll come back and say, well, I've got the more perfected version of the manosphere. Right? No, you don't. You're not saying anything anybody else hasn't done. Like, I know I wasn't going to talk about this, but I know Paul Elam has decided that he's going to suddenly try to repair the manosphere. I'm like, ooh, okay. Well, how's that going to work? Repair. Okay. What do you got in mind? Because I'll guarantee you it's probably something somebody said in 2016, 2012, and probably 2007. Probably somewhere along the line that's the same thing keeps getting rehashed over and over again. And it sounds new because enough people haven't heard of it in the last 10 years. That's why. You have, because you're old as dirt. So am I. Me too. But yeah. Win, Rolo. Thank you. I do win. I'm a genius and I always win. What movie? Nobody knows. Only beta bucks have the burden of performance. Chads are just effortless. So you're beta, Roto. Yeah, I guess I am beta. Yep, that's me. I'm a lesser alpha. According to Hartiste, according to Royce, I'm a lesser alpha. I always joke about that. I don't think I've ever referred to myself as an alpha male, but not any other than jokingly, right? Because I've said this on a couple of occasions when I hear people talk about Sigma males. Oh man, I'm a Sigma male. That means I'm not beholden to all that sociosexual hierarchy stuff. I'm a lone wolf. I'm like what is it? Johnny Bravo. I'm above all that. I have more respect for myself than to participate in that whole rigmarole. It's like, no. See, the funny thing is if you were actually a Sigma, you would that wouldn't occur to you to even say that. It wouldn't occur to you to say, yeah, I think I'm a Sigma. You're not. I think a lot of people want to talk about if you know anything about sociosexual hierarchies, by Vox Day, which is the gold standard for sociosexual hierarchies. When he did his original work on sociosexual hierarchies, there was no Sigma. It was alpha, beta, delta, gammas, and omegas, right? Those are the classifications. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily buy into all that as a hard and fast rule, but it is a pretty good framework. I'll give them that. I have used it. I've described it in my books even. Because people want to know about it, because so many people want to say that they're a Sigma. Well, Sigma, you look at his original work, there's no Sigma included in that whatsoever, because a Sigma is just basically an antisocial alpha, right? It's like the difference between Batman and Superman, or Captain America and Iron Man. They're both alphas, just one's pro-social and one's antisocial. That's all it comes down to. It's just the context of the alpha, right? But people want to say, I march to the beat of my own drum. Yeah, I don't follow fashion. I create my own. Over here, I'll be over here while everybody else is having a good time. Yeah. But then I love the ones when we talk about gammas. There's different varieties of gammas. There's the Secret King gamma, which is my favorite one, man. The Secret King, who's he just knows he's really an alpha, but nobody can. He's a king, but he's a secret king. Nobody knows. If only you people knew. Sooner or later, I'll get my proper respect for being an alpha. I'm really a gamma, but sooner or later, you people will realize just how much of a genius I fucking am. Oh God, I love that shit, man. There's nothing more I don't know. I have to entertain myself with that shit. I stopped taking beta carotene because I ain't no beta. I don't think that's how it works, bro. I think your eyes are gonna get fucked too. Don't you need beta carotene? All right, so we're gonna get to some of these videos today. I want to jump into a few of these things, and the reason why I'm doing this is because this is where I think that we're just today's topic, boys and girls, the manosphere's next evolution. Okay, and yes, evolution is a key element to the manosphere, whether you like it or not. Who is Rushalon? Come on now. Anybody want to help out Jay? Anybody in the class want to help out Jay? You go right ahead. Rushalon. Sigma is just a delusional beta. Alphas are by definition. So I'm beta as well. I didn't say it was Sigma. What are you fucking talking about? I would never say I'm Sigma, because the Sigmas don't say that they're Sigmas. Sigmas are They're like Zen alphas. It's kind of like, there's only one, I can only think of off the top of my head, one real Sigma male, and that is Corey Worthington, the Alpha Buddha. Like, he's so fucking alpha, he doesn't know he's alpha. Like, he just is, it's like, it's his natural response is to be alpha. That's his default way of like being alive. Like, he embodies the nirvanic, whatever. The energy of alpha. It's like a Caddyshack. Be the ball. He's like, be the alpha. He is the alpha, right? But it's funny. People hate it when I bring that up too. Like, he's not an alpha. Did you see the fat bitch he married? I'm like, well, he was when I saw him, but probably not anymore. Which ought to tell you a valuable lesson is it's really easy to lose. What do we got here? Fox Day's original example of alpha in his first edition was Tom Brady. No, actually, it wasn't Tom Brady. It was Maverick from Top Gun. It was Tom Cruise, but not the actor, but the character that he played. And then he actually used Maverick as the alpha male, and then Goose, right? Goose was the beta male. And beta male in the respect that, not beta like we think of beta. He was like the beta male that is sort of like the sidekick. He gets the leftovers of the alpha, who everybody thinks that the beta, if the alpha dies or the alpha is in some way like deposed, or he loses his status or something like that, the beta thinks he can step into the role of the alpha, and he never really does, because he's just not fit for it. Either through by learning, or just his personality type's just not the right fit for that role. But actually, it wasn't Tom Brady, although he has. I know later he has. But if you look at his original videos from back in 2014, 2015, when he first was, he did that video later though, because he was like bringing up the sociosexual hierarchies. He brought them up on Alpha Game Blogspot when he was writing a lot back then. I understand he's also on Substack. I do follow him on Substack too. I'm glad he's still, doing his thing. In his book Sigma Game, he dropped Tom Brady to put Trump as alpha. I'm not sure I would put Trump as alpha, but close enough. Like, close enough in that everybody understands, they get it, right? It's an abstraction, just like anything else. People hate it when you use the term alpha. I understand, but it's an abstraction. Just fucking go with it. But yeah. So, you really want me to talk about sociosexual hierarchies? It's much easier just to go and watch that video. It's still available. You can watch it on YouTube. Type in Voxday, Voxday, and then put sociosexual hierarchies. It's the first video you'll see. It's still there. It's actually very good. Even to this day, it still holds up. And I want to say it's probably like 12 years old now. But yeah, go check that out. I also talk about it a little bit. Yeah, he calls it Bravo now instead of beta. And the reason why he does that is because he doesn't want there to be a confusion about beta. And because we think of alpha and beta as alpha fucks, beta bucks, right? And in my terminology, that's how I've used those abstractions. And so I think people have a negative connotation to the term beta, which in some ways I guess is justified. But beta traits are like long-term security traits, right? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment, which is something that I've been talking about really since 2013, 2011 on my blogs, because I was trying to define the aspects, or trying to define the characteristics that characterize whatever those things, right? Because we use alpha and we use beta as abstract terms. They're not etymological terms. I don't think that human beings are silverback gorillas or wolves on the Arctic tundra or some shit like that, because everybody wants to say, well, Rollo, you use alpha in the wrong context and terminology. And the guy who came up with it, when he was talking about wolves, he even said there's no such thing as an alpha, even though he said there was an alpha, but now there's no alpha. I don't fucking care. I'm using it as an abstraction. I'm not using it as a definitive etymological term about a fucking, a gorilla or a fucking, wolf in the wild. Talking about we're using them as sort of value, like status or characteristic markers. So I don't want to get, what kills me is this is like the same people who go, there's no such thing as a real alpha male, right, Rollo? And then like two sentences later, or two breaths later, some chick talks about how she's like an alpha female, and like, oh yeah, yeah, alpha females. Oh, go girl, you go girl, you're a boss, babe. Shut the fuck up. If you're gonna say there's no such thing as an alpha male, but you're gonna go and applaud the boss babe alpha female, go fuck yourself. You don't get it both ways. Sorry. Are we going back? Are we rehashing stupid shit now? What is this? How come the top guys worldwide, Elon Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, are all beta, and even Trump is barely making the cut for alpha? What the fuck is happening? Well, I'll tell you what happens. Elon Musk has, it's funny. If I've said this in the past, I've said Elon Musk is a beta. Bezos is technically beta. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say beta. Let's say blue pill for sure. Bezos definitely blue pill. Zuckerberg blue pill beta. Because like Bezos, you could probably make an argument that Bezos could be seen as an alpha, but remember there are still blue pill alphas, right? Now Bezos has always been that kind of nerdy, quirky kind of. He's like if you knew Jeff Bezos before Amazon, like you knew him in 96, and he was just this nerdy coder somewhere, and then he came up with this idea for Amazon, 1998, I think, or 99. And was it Amazon didn't even see a profit for the first 4 years it was around, and it was a good idea. Obviously, he's the richest one of, if not the, has been at least at one point the richest guy in the world. I think Elon is now. They kind of fluctuate between those two. But nerdy, and married was it Mackenzie Bezos, who was probably just a charity fuck at that time. But even Mackenzie, if you see pictures of her and you listen to her and you read about stuff from the late 90s, she was just as dorky as he was. They're a perfect match. I thought they were a great couple for the longest time. But then, people always wonder why Jeff Bezos would get with Lauren Sanchez, have a $600 million wedding, buy a super yacht, a mega super yacht, and then put a bust of Lauren Sanchez on the front of on the bow of the boat. Who, by the way, is selling that right now. I just saw in an article saying he was selling the yacht, the super yacht. Did you see? You watch Friends and Neighbors?
I do not.
You know Friends and Neighbors with John Hamm?
Nope.
Oh man,
I have not started.
It's so good, man. There's like because he becomes a thief.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You got the thing.
I get the premise. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, stop me if I said this before, but like, there's this one part where he goes on to this one yacht to do this like $500,000 deal for this guy that's blackmailing him. Right. It's really good. It has a Breaking Bad kind of vibe to it too. That's why I kind of like it. But he gets on there he ends up nailing this chick who owns the yacht, of course. But during the show, they give you sort of these little breakdowns of like how expensive these things are. So if he's stealing a Rolex, it'll say, this is the Rolex. It was released. This particular brand of Rolex was released in such and such, and they'll go down the specs and everything. And they'll say, oh yeah, it's worth $600,000 because they do this because the average person has no earthly clue how much that Rolex is worth, but rich people do, right? Yep. And then they start talking about yachts. And he even mentions Bezos in there too. That there's like the yacht. If you have like fuck you money, you get this little yacht right here. Yeah. But if you have fuck it all money, you get this mega super yacht that's like this gigantic thing, and it has a brand name to it and stuff like that. It's actually pretty amazing, and it's like close to like $500 million yacht.
You have a yacht for your yacht.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have a yacht slip inside your yacht. Yeah, exactly. But that, when you have that kind of money and people go, well, how come a rich guy why would you ever say that Jeff Bezos isn't an alpha? Like, well, he's probably got that way. He had to learn that for sure to get up to that point. But does that make him an alpha? Maybe in business, like contextually maybe. But when it comes to the women that has been in his life, he's very much a beta. Mm-hmm. I mean, Lauren Sanchez is a predator. She has been a career gold digger for her entire life. And I love it when people want to say, well, they try to justify assortative mating with me. And they'll say, well, people who are like high value women tend to get with high value men. Just look at Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. I'm like, you got any other examples? Because I know Lauren Sanchez and what she's done for most of her. She does not have a college degree. I can tell you that right now. is not a leader, builder of businesses or a leader of industry, to say the least, and has pretty much made a name for herself by, hooking up with NBA stars and athletes and rappers and whoever else. And Jeff Bezos just happened to be, it was his turn. You remember? She's not yours. It's just your turn. That's Lauren Sanchez, right? She was cashing out at 50 years old when they got married, and maybe she just rocks his world and he's into it. And when you have that kind of money, it doesn't matter if you're beta. I mean, he got, what is it? He got divorced from Mackenzie to the tune of what, $38 billion, and was still the richest motherfucker in the world. So that's it. The definition of alpha and beta is something that is sort of fluid and flexible. Rich Cooper has a map of the traits on journey a man can take, the journey a man can take for plugged in alpha, beta, and unplugged alpha and beta. Okay. What is it, like as a roadmap? I would like to know what those are. Like, the thing that gets me is this, is like, one of the things I've always tried to do from day one is not tell you how to live, not give you a plan, not give you, here's the path of the true alpha male. I would never tell you that. Here's 12 rules for life. And if you don't do if you only get to number 9, then you don't get the certificate. You don't get your diploma. That's what people get kind of confused when they say, well, Rollo, don't you have the 9 iron rules of Tomasi? Yeah, I do. But the only place I have ever collected them has been in the book. Like if you look at my 9 iron rules when I put them out actually on my blog, and then I also put them, we actually developed those. You'll find them on SoSuave, because I talked about the 9 iron rules of Tomasi on SoSuave back in the SoSuave forum days as well. But I deliberately tried not to put them all together in one sort of like, say, here's this, because I know what happens. Once you give people a list, they think that it's a roadmap to follow. So if I go 1 through 9, and then I get to 9, then where's my pussy? It's like pussy at the end of the rainbow, right? Or it's like pussy at the end of your college. Sorry, it's your 4th. I learned number 9. Now I've got my 4-year pussy degree. That's not how it works. It's the same thing with 48 laws of power. The 48 laws of power isn't a roadmap. There's just 48 laws of power. It's not like you're going to learn each one, and when you get to law 48, then suddenly you're a graduate of the 48 laws of power. No, you're not. It's not, because that's not what it was ever intended to be, but that's how people end up looking at it. So if all you have is money, you're you beta. Bezos is a beta, 100%. Come on, Rollo, you're making a mistake if you say Bezos is an alpha. Who is alpha? No, I mean, with chicks, with a woman, yes. But what happens? So here's why. With like case in point, okay. The thing is that whenever I have said, I've said this before, Elon Musk is a beta, right? Elon Musk is a blue pill beta. He is the richest motherfucker in the world. And whenever I have said that, people will go, how could, Rollo, you're an idiot. Who would ever take anything you say seriously? Everybody can see that Elon Musk is an alpha. I will tell you this, is the guy is, well, maybe he's not actually. Maybe he's just like sort of a closet alpha, because he does have 14 kids with 8 different chicks. So maybe the joke's on me instead, because he's just like, he's crazy, but he's crazy like a fox, right? He's just, there was, who was the chick? There's this broad, I can't remember her name, but she was one of the higher ups in something AI. It was an OpenAI, and she had these allegations against Elon Musk, saying that he propositioned to her and said he would give her samples of his sperm. Okay, I take it back. Elon Musk is alpha. Yeah, so now she's saying there was sexual impropriety because he said that he would give her like a sample of his sperm, so she could like, hey, that's a high compliment coming from him, because he thinks he's going to repopulate the world with little Elons, man.
You're breedable, yeah.
Yes, you're breedable. The king, the emperor, has decreed that you're worth reproducing with. Fuck yeah. Hey, Rillo, do you know Dr. Danny Sulowski? I've heard her name. And about her theory regarding intersexual competition, your opinion about her. I don't know enough to give you a knowledgeable opinion of that. Do you know who he's talking about? Danny Sulowski?
I do.
I don't know enough about that, but if I'll find out for you. I will find out, and give you my opinion on. I don't know if somebody can give me like the cliff notes of that. I'd be happy to at least try. Calling it a map was incorrect. Just a diagram with descriptors. Yeah, well, that's it, right? I've never tried to give anybody sort of a roadmap how to get places, right? I don't think Trump is necessarily. Trump's alpha. He's out. Put it this way: Trump was alpha enough to defeat Hillary in 2016, so he's got to be doing something right. Let's see. I got to that, and I got to that, and I got to that. There we go. Okay. Now then, gosh, you guys are slowing me down today, man. You guys got to come up with some better fucking super chat, more like higher denomination super chats if you're going to slow me down this way. Let's see. Sulikowski, is that who that is? Let me see. The Sulikowski lab. She's trying to pull the Huberman thing. Ooh, man, she looks like a dragon lady. Shit. All right, I'll check her out. I studied at the University of New England, a BSc. Okay, so she's got kind of like a lesser psychology degree. And Macquarie University, BSc with honors. It's still a BSc. Before graduating with a PhD. Now we're talking. From the Center of Integrative Studies of Animal Behavior at Macquarie University in 2011. I have been at Charles Sturt University since 2011 and was my psychology's undergrad dissertation coordinator from 2017 to 2023. My teaching is focused on research methods, statistics, and cognition because those degrees, you can only go one career path. Teach. They're completely useless in any other respect. My research focuses on adaptive aspects of human and animal behavior and cognition. I'm interested in understanding the adaptive mechanisms that support foraging behavior, threat detection, and social interactions. I'm also interested in how evolved social reproductive strategies can account for modern socio-political ideologies. Okay, good. Well, we'll check out Mrs. Sulikowski when I get a chance. Yeah. But again, here's my advice. Okay, here's my quick take. Dr. Sulikowski, get an Instagram, get a YouTube channel, start your Twitter account now. Get a blog. Let's see if you want to get into this. The only way to survive. That's how you got to do it. You got to be an influencer. My nephews have 25% of my DNA. The extra 25% is not worth the headache. No thanks. Okay. Why? So you're saying you don't want to breed? Is that what you're trying to excuse the fact that you haven't bred yet? Blows my mind. These rich dudes marry or ran through women. Damn YouTube, not letting me write mildly misogynistic super chats. Yeah, I know. I get that. Yeah, be careful. There's language filters on. It's funny. It's like I have a sneaking suspicion that Gemini is like watching everything you type, and you can't like super chat certain things you won't be able to give me $100 super chat if it includes anything that that Gemini doesn't want you to say.
Google got called out for that. They downloaded a 4 gigabyte package to almost everyone's computer, a lot of people's computers, basically just to have their LLM like stored.
Resident on their.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. And that's the thing that kills me is like, it's like people I've been watching all these videos about YouTube and how the algorithm has changed. And here's what YouTube is focusing on, this and this and this. And then once, I forget who did it. It's one smart son of a bitch said it's not the YouTube algorithm. It's Google's algorithm. It's Gemini that's doing it. It's not YouTube. It's like everything you do on Google affects your listing and affects your ranking and affects your like you being ratioed or you being shadow banned on Google and anything else that is related to Google. That's what happens. So it's not just YouTube. YouTube is just one branch of the one tentacle of the octopus that is that is Google right now, and Gemini is the one that's fucking with you. So if you have a Gmail account, guess what? It's reading your fucking emails and it's figuring out what you're really about. Why would I need to breed if my nephews have 25% of my DNA? It's retarded in the clinical sense, and childish. You're pure beta, pure ego. What? Because you want to have your own kid? Yes, you're right. I am an egotist. I will admit to right now in front of God and country, yes, I'm an egotistical son of a bitch. I want to have my own kid. Is that okay? Am I right with that?
Oh, no.
Why don't you want to have a kid? Do you want to fuck girls? Are you gay? It's okay if you are, but I'm just saying, I don't know. It's like, it's funny because I hear sometimes, like, was it Dr. Sydney Watson? I think her new trip is like natalism and antinatalism and stuff like that. And it's like, is it that big a deal? Eventually the people who are antinatal, they're going to die out, and the people who are natalists are still going to be here. So that's funny. That's what Dr. Steve Stewart Williams would call a dead meme. Like if you try to like propagate this idea that you shouldn't have kids, eventually the idea that you shouldn't have kids dies out because anybody who would have it would be dead, right? It would be gone. So there was one of the things he says was there was a tribe of African tribesmen or something like that, and it was during the British colonization or taking over something like the Congo or someplace like that, and they would come down, and the religion of the people was, or they suddenly believed that if they believed in their gods enough, or they were bold enough and they were true enough in their faith, that the bullets that the British would shoot at them would pass through them. And that was the meme, right? They would say, "Hey, we're all going to believe this. So you're just going to pass right through you." And of course, obviously, they all died, right?
Yeah.
And so anybody who had that cultural meme died, and the meme died too. And that's essentially how you kill a meme. Is the people? It's either beneficial to the organism or it's not beneficial to the organism, and that is that. Yes, I have been reading The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. Thank you. But anyways, let's get to it. I have a couple of things I wanted to talk about. The first one I wanted to get into really quickly is because there's kind of two of these. I'm going to show the first one really quick, just sort of as our appetizer. This will be our appetizer for today. This is Alex. Why does he kick Alex? This is William Costello. As you know, I have talked about him in the past about other things. And I'm sorry, they all have British accents. All these people have British accents. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just how it worked out. And I have, here it is. Should I do the whole thing or just the clip? I'm just going to do the clip for the time being here. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to put it up here because I know where it's at. So this was
Did you read this New Statesman article?
I did.
Okay. What did you think of that?
I thought it was fascinating. I thought it was concerning.
Okay, let me give you the setup here because I got to keep me in this so I don't like get copyright infringements here. The brunette chick is Dr. something or other. I can't remember. They're going to say her name later on. Then there's Freya something or other she wrote this book that's out called Girls right now. It's sort of like, oh, poor girls. And then there's William Costello and of course Chris Williamson are in this. This is like fairly recent. I think it's from like last week or something like that. So here we go.
A little bit predictable that women are, well, there was a lot in there. There was.
The juice is not worth the squeeze.
There we go. Hold on a second. Do you think he's been watching the Manosphere just from that one quick line right there?
Yeah.
You think he knows something about the man? You think he's like, I don't know about those Manosphere guys. I don't pay attention to.
Modern women. So, like I read.
Hey, here, let me push this back again.
Benefits to modern women who are
asymmetry and concern for men versus women. Women showed the bias to a stronger degree than men did. So I think if you put those two together, I think women might be like advocating for women to signal to one another, I'm on your team.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Tanya. And to add a few more evolutionary perspectives to that, I was listening to the podcast from the journalists who did the research, and I was just banging my head against the wall thinking, there's so much evolutionary psychology at play here, but you can't see it. There's also an error management perspective. So everything in evolution is a trade-off and between costs and benefits. And for most of our evolutionary history, women were making the trade-off that they were benefiting by selecting men who would be able to provision them with resources and be able to protect them. Those are no longer as salient as benefits to modern women who are earning their own money, achieving their own status, and living in a pretty safe world, even if they don't always feel it's all that safe. So those are no longer really key benefits that men can provide. So they're looking for men to provide other benefits.
Let's run down the list of some of those benefits. Let's see. Raw sewage, most of our energy grid. Let's see. Oil. Well, military. Let's keep going. Infrastructure. Guys, please throw some out in the chat here. Let's see some other benefits that men are providing women these days. Maybe they're just intangible. I don't know. I'm filling potholes, working in civil engineering. Let's see. Longshoremen, driving trucks. Let's see, making sure the food gets to the grocery stores. Let's see, throw some more out there, because somebody gave me a list of all these things, all the benefits. I'm like, no, there's lots more. There's a lot of benefits that women are benefiting from. It's so. I realize you've got to have a conversation. You got to have something edgy to say. I understand that. But it's fucking ridiculous. It's just fucking. I'm gonna channel my inner Jake Monroe for a moment here. It's just fucking ridiculous.
That they're just not stepping up to the plate to do. So if you think about it from an error,
I don't know. I think they're stepping up to the plate on those the oil derricks in the Gulf of America.
Management perspective, the costs of selecting a bad mate still are exactly the same as they were throughout ancestral history for women, but the benefits basically the juice is not worth the squeeze for
what
modern women. So I read the article in our lab.
So are you suggesting? So what you're saying is that women are MGTOW? we've here. Remember what we were saying? The manosphere's next evolution. Women are going their own way. It's WGTOW. That's the next evolution of the manosphere.
Focuses on sexual conflict, and one of the solutions to sexual conflict that we always kind of promote is to try and encourage cross-sex mind reading. And for the last number of years, I've tried to get people to see it from the men's side that, imagine how it would feel to suddenly be asked to provide value in ways that you don't really know how, that your status, you're being outpaced in status, and you can no longer add value in those domains.
Okay, notice what he says about status. Status or status? Is it beta or beta? Fuck you and your fucking British accents. Yeah, okay, so status. Okay, what do we know about status? It's perception, essentially, is what it is. Like Mike and I have talked about this so many times, it makes my brain bleed. Okay, status is not Nevada, it's Nevada. Thank you very much. Get that. Make sure you say that next time I hear you. If I do, if you say Nevada. Swipe. The beans. No, okay, so status is perceptual. Like what we were talking about. I know it was. They were talking about high value, and it was like high value women, high value men, and high value women, according to the assortative mating hypotheses. It shows that, but it's true, because high value women and high college educated, high value, high earning individuals, men and women tend to get married together, right? Like, okay, but see, here's the thing is, if I'm a plumber and I own my own business and I make $300,000 a year, am I not then, certainly by, by American standards, am I not at least high status? Am I not, high value for sure? I don't have a college degree, but does that mean I'm lower value than let's say, what if I had a woman who has a degree in, it could be finance, it could be psychology, it could be whatever. She's even got a master's degree in something like that. And she's making $80,000 a year. And I'm a plumber, and I've got 4 years. Maybe I went to plumbing school because I know journeyman plumbers. I know what you have to do to go through that, right? But it's a trade. And even guys who are even plumbers who are employees, I mean, they got to go through a lot of training. They got to learn how to weld. There's all so much shit that goes on with plumbing I didn't even know about. But I mean, technically, especially if you own part of the company or you're at least some way involved in plumbing and stuff like that, you don't have a 8-year degree from Harvard. But that guy the Harvard degree makes $86,000 a year, and the plumber makes $300,000 a year. Is the plumber now high value, and the woman who gets $86,000 a year or whatever she's doing, and she's got an 8-year degree, does that mean that they're now value equals? No, because the plumber seems like he's low status. It's not a sexy job. It's a high paying job. It can be a high paying job, but it's not a sexy job. It's not finance. He's not a surgeon. He didn't make partner in the law firm, right? He doesn't own he's not dealing in exotic cars, right? It's not a sexy job, but it is a very high paying job. And ergo, if all you're concerned about is, income, then he is most definitely a high value guy, but status wise, he's not that high value, right? So you need to clarify terms here before we move on and we try to apply this whole intersexual dynamic. Why is it that average women don't want to get with average men? Which I have said, and I'm on record as saying that is the number one problem for everything, for anything, any gender divide, any gender issue for today can be distilled down to one root. Average women don't want to get with average guys. Simple as that. Average women have been raised for the last at least 3 or 4 generations of women have been raised to believe that they are entitled to, they deserve no less than a higher value man than they themselves see themselves as. And remember, how many times have we talked about how women have inflated egos and have inflated their own sense of value? All you got to do is watch whatever podcast for a quick example of that, right? Women all think they're 10s. Unless they're really super hot, and then they have a more realistic idea of where they really are. Yeah, I love that.
They're conservative. Always.
It's funny because we on Access Vegas. Well, especially around January when they start having the auditions for the bottle girls and the waitresses and stuff like that who work at the pools, at Cirque and Wet Republic and stuff like that. They are you ever come to Vegas? I'm just going to tell you this right now. If you want to see where the hot chicks are, they're not going to fuck you, but because they work there, they're atmosphere models and stuff too. But the bottle girls and the girls who are truly like 9s on the Tomasi scale, 9s, 9.5s, right? You're going to find them at Cirque. You're going to find them at the pool. You're going to at Tao Beach Club. You're going to find them at Live. You're going to find them at, I guess maybe the Sahara's pool. You'll find them at Bel Air. You'll find them at Durango pool, right? Those chicks right there, they know where they rank because they had to get those jobs with women who are pretty close in rank to where they were, right? So if a chick who says, I'm an 8.5, and you go, my God, you're a 10. What are you talking about? She knows where she is really on that sort of sexual market value hierarchy and what she had to do to get to that. The hotter a chick is, the more realistic she is about what her actual sort of sexual market value is from that respect. The less a woman is, the 6s all think they're 10s. 5s think they're 10s. 4s think they're 10s. 7s maybe getting a little bit more realistic. 8s are realistic about there. 9s definitely no. A 9 will tell you she's a 7. She'll think she's a 7. A 9.5 will tell you she's a 7, 7.5, or 6, right? Because she's seeing herself with other women who are of the same caliber that she is. They're way more realistic when it comes to that sort of objective understanding of their own beauty and their own, sexual market value in that sense. So anyways, keep that in mind. But status is perceptual. It's not something I hate to say it. I wish it was more objective than it is. And in some senses it can be, but the thing is it's perceptual. What is your experience of it? So
political view to them would be a red flag in a relationship. However, on political
I pushed it up a little too far. Hang on.
Relationships, there's this pathway towards that goes through this kind of uncertainty of dealing.
Okay, let me push it back.
They're living up to their side of the bargain.
Wait a minute here. That's the real controversial.
To try and encourage cross-sex mind reading. And for the last number of years, I've tried to get people to see it from the men's side that, imagine how it would feel to suddenly be asked to provide value in ways that you don't really know how, that your status, you're being outpaced in status, and you can no longer add value in those domains. But now I'm trying to put the cross-sex mind reading hat on and imagine it from the woman's side. And from a trade-off perspective in terms of mating, they're living up to their side of the bargain. Men value physical attractiveness far more than women, and that was one of the key benefits that women provide as a mate. Modern women look better than ever, right? And they're bringing more to the table.
Okay, let's just hold on, full stop. Do I need to explain this? Like the fact that I'm here and I have to explain this, and even like sort of like I've stopped it at, this was actually what I wanted to get to, because this was like sort of the clip that everybody has been reacting to on Twitter right now. It's like, dude, I don't know what it's like in Dublin or Wales or wherever the fuck you're from, Will, but I can tell you how it is in the United States. 75% of the US population is overweight. 40% of women in the United States, of that overweightness, 40% of women are obesity. So he's the one who was saying, oh, they all look good now. They all look so much better. They're all concerned with their looks and everything. It's what's ironic. I mean, it goes like so far over. It just goes over their head. They're going to start talking shit about clavicular and looks maxing in a little bit here, in just a minute. It's like, well, all these guys, they're just trying to look better, and they're taking it to an extreme and everything. So so you don't know that women today are fatter and more out of shape, more alcoholics, more are prescribed and are using more SSRIs than any, like the United States has more antidepressant, or it prescribes more antidepressant drugs than any other country on planet fucking Earth by an order of magnitude. I was just looking at this ranking of different countries and stuff like that. USA is number one. Congratulations, USA. We rule the world when it comes to antidepressants. Thank you, Zoloft. Right? That's the simple, like, anybody who's been in the manosphere that you hate so much knows what utter horseshit that premise is. And you know what? Chris Williamson doesn't even blink. He has to go, no. It's like that meme. It's like, you don't even get that from Chris. Chris is just like, oh, yeah. What? What kills me, and I don't have the picture. I wish I did. Maybe you can dig it up. They're going to talk about looks maxing here in a little bit, and just how self-absorbed guys are, and they're all trying to have this look and everything like that. Find me, Kyle. I got a really quick assignment for you. I need you to find me the cover shot of Chris Williamson in the most recent GQ magazine. There's a shot. Find me that JPEG of Chris Williamson in GQ, because they did an interview of him, and that shot is everything you're expecting it's going to be. Oh my God.
Actually contributing resources and status as well. And it's not like men hated those things and only liked physical attractiveness. They just didn't.
It's a bonus.
No, they really only wanted physical attractiveness. That's the only criteria.
Wasn't as key a benefit as it is to women. So men are getting more and more from women, whereas women are getting less and less, and they're looking for different things. And that was the key thing that came through, is that the traditional benefits that men were providing were no longer ones that modern women were looking for. They were looking for things like shared political ideals.
All right, let me hold this off real quick here. I'll put myself down. No. Nope. And what's funny to me is, like, this is stuff that, like, the manosphere has been talking about for at least 22 decades now, like 20 years. We've been talking about this forever. Okay. Average women don't want to get with average men. Okay. It's been that way. There's been, I don't know, progressively, just, step by step, just been a little by little. We've been leaning more and more towards where we're at right now. Did you find it? You found it. Okay. Yeah. Just hand it off to me. That's fine. That's it. Yeah. All right. There we go. Don't put it up yet. Don't put it up yet. Because we have to get to the looks maxing part before I do before we get to this. So anyways, the fact of the matter is that it's God, I can't even believe that. He basically is trying to be Giga Chad. It's like Giga Chad and like gay Giga Chad. Oh man, did I lock up? No, there I am. Okay, now I'm back. There we go. Okay, got it. Jesus Christ. This guy is like, and like what kills me about like Chris Williamson is like the irony is just like he has no earthly clue. So anyways, the idea is that yes, we have been talking, like Mike and I have been talking this for like Will Costello. If you're not going to talk to me, at least talk to Mike, because he'll set you straight. Okay. And the fact of the matter is this, is that yes, you're correct in the assessment that like, yeah, men don't have anything to offer like they used to back in the day. But see, that's not the point anymore. Because women will say, well, we make as much money now and we can provide for our long-term security now. Okay, that's something I've been talking about in like at least for the last 4 books. The thing is like women don't, I even told fucking Dr. Phil this. Men are superfluous right now because the things that used to be some sort of material benefit, the things that would make, like when we're talking about hypergamy, right? We're talking about like a 6 and a 6. The things that used to make that 6 kind of be a 6.5 for a woman, the value added was maybe he makes a lot of money. Maybe he's the same political ideology. Maybe he's the same religion as me. Maybe he's slightly better looking than me. Like this little tiny things, this little value added aspects. He's funny. My dog likes him, that kind of stuff. Anything that was sort of like this material benefit that wasn't necessarily equitable with sex appeal. Like if you got a woman who's a 6 and she's been with a guy who's a 7 and she's seeing this guy who's at parity or is about a 6. Women, like the thing about hypergamy is it doesn't seek its own level. It's always seeking the better deal. It's always looking for an advantage, whether it's fair or it's not. A 6 is always looking for a 7. Hell, a 4 is always looking for a 7. A 2, a 1 is always looking for a 7. Right? The problem with that is that now we've gotten to the point where the 1, 5, 4, whatever, with on that scale, they all believe that they deserve and are entitled to a 7, 8, 9, and a 10. And so when a 6 meets another 6, that guy better have some sort of value added to push him a little bit above. That's where women, like when we talk about the difference between like the 80-20 rule right there, the 80% of men are unattractive. That doesn't mean the 12 or the 20% are attractive. It means they better have, the 20% better have something else going for them that makes them more useful, more entertaining, more, maybe they have better status. They're still not as hot as the guy that they would like to get, Justin Waller, that they like to get with. But if he's a 6, he better have, he better have some talent. He better have something, some value added skill or some sort of tangible benefit that pushes him up just a little bit. So she considers him someone maybe she'd want to, he's mid, right? Maybe she wants to get involved with him. The problem is those guys now, though, because women can match those value added benefits that they were, that might push a 6 above that chick. All those value added benefits are already been made up for that woman. So if a woman can provide for her own long-term security, she's got a good job, she's got her education, she's got these things. If she can't find another dude who is not even at parity, women aren't looking for parity. They're looking for the better thing. That's how hypergamy works, right? Looking for the bigger and the better deal, not at scale or not at parity. They're looking for the one that's above. That's in essence, that's what hypergamy is. But the problem is this, is idiots think that it's just about material benefits. They just think that women are always looking out for their own best interests, and they all just want to find a guy who's a nice long-term security guy who's going to be a good father and a good dad, and he's got a good job, and he comes from a good family, and he likes dogs, and he wants to have children in the future, and he loves his mom, he calls her on Mother's Day, hi mom, and all this other like he's got all this, they want that guy, but that guy doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. That shit, all of the value added stuff, all the beta buck side of that equation means fuck all. When the woman has already, even if it's just perceptual, still believes that she has all of those things for her long-term security. So when a woman is in between 18 to 28 years old, as we say, that's the hoe phase, the party years, whatever. When she's exploring her options, then she turns into Tommy Lahren, and she's 28 years old and she's frustrated as hell because she can't find a right guy. Well, the problem is she sees what's coming. She sees what her 30s are going to have in store for her. And she's looking for the guy who's going to be the long-term security guy. And if she can't find that guy, it's frustrating to her. And you know why they can't find that guy? Because they're fat. Because they're not looking better than ever. Because and he admits, he even says it himself right here in the fucking interview. Well, men are looking for a woman who's beautiful and has, sexy, and she's got a good body, and she's, physically attractive, and, youth and beauty and fertility, which of course is something we've been talking about for forever. Yes, that's the criteria. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter. You want to know why there's the divide right there? Because average men and average women average women don't want to have anything to do with average men. And you know what? Average men are fine with that, because average women, even though they can contend with all of their long-term security needs, means fuck all to the average guy if the chick is fat. That's all that matters. At least in the beginning. I mean, later on when you form a relationship, then there's, things develop after that. But they're not getting together in the first place because those average men aren't interested in average women, because the average woman in the United States is 5'6" and 170 fucking pounds. She is a beach ball. That's what average guys have to deal with. Don't believe me? I'm going to do my own experiment. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. You know what I'm going to do? I have to go to Miami on Tuesday because I'm going to be spending the next week in Miami. I'm going to go, and it's going to be early in the morning. Maybe this isn't a good idea, but maybe I'll do it on the way back. But I'm going to go through TSA. I'm going to get my phone out once I go through TSA, put my fucking shoes back on. And I'm going to just do a quick video as I walk from TSA to wherever my gate is at Las Vegas in LVO, right? I'm going to go and do that. I'm going to just go say, okay, these are the people. This is a cross section of average men and women. And you tell me, Will Costello, how many of those chicks are they're killing it today. They're just looking great. Now they're all in the gym, and it's like fucking, they're all going to yoga class and Pilates and wearing fucking leg warmers and doing fucking, whatever. No, trust me, that's not the case. So that's the real divide right there.
Emotional intelligence. Things like that,
there it is,
humor and stuff, and I think that modern men are just a little bit lost. But
emotional intelligence is absolute horseshit, provable horseshit.
There is a way back for them to provide value in different ways, but it's just the case that modern women are happier to choose singlehood than risk choosing a costly mate. And if you look at modern relationships, there's this pathway towards a long-term committed relationship that has to go through this ambiguity that.
Okay, I'm going to agree with him there. Okay, here's where we're going to agree. Well, yes, I understand that women would rather be single than than settle on a costly mate, right? And how do we judge that costliness? Well, the costliness is we're looking at this through an egalitarian lens. Okay, we're not looking at this through an emotional lens or love or infatuation or whatever. Like, nobody marries for love anymore. Nobody, as if they did before, right? Nobody marries for love. It's all about transaction. What do you bring to the table? This is essentially, he's not going to say it, but essentially he's asking the same question that Myron and Fresh have been asking for forever, which is, what do you bring to the table? And he's saying it that, well, women bring all these great things to the table. They have great jobs and their education and everything else. Yeah, well, that education comes because of the fact that we give them special dispensation. It also comes with a lot of student debt that they don't pay off. Men pay off their student debt in far greater numbers than women do when they take it out, when they go to college at all, right? But there's it's so funny because we're going to say that, oh yeah, women have really stepped up their game. Yeah, they've stepped up their game, but the accountability for them stepping up that game, we never address that. We never talk about how, I think it was in the UK, how only men actually pay taxes in the UK. There's a whole infographic about that because they break down how the money is distributed and how it's like men who are actually like working class men are the people who are actually paying for women to go to college in the first place. Something similar happens in the United States as well. Like a lot of the special dispensation, the Pell Grants, the student loans, everything else that women are cut, that they have a right to. Sorry, they're not entitled to it. There's a right. We have a right to do this, right? Well, the funny thing is we're going to go and we're going to build up. Yeah, yay, woman, team woman. The whole thing is just like this effort in like feminist triumphalism. Like, hey, we won and men haven't measured up. So when are you guys going to fucking measure up, guys? Well, the reason why you think you've won is because, oh, I don't know, the lights stay on, the police are still in the police station and watching out for your fucking fat asses. You've got grants and you've got Title IX, and you still, even to this day, you still got Title IX, and you've got such special dispensation because men have said this seems like a good idea. Then you got the janitors and you got the people keeping the streets clean, and you got, it's like so much. There's so much infrastructure that goes into that woman being a fucking winner of the day, right? And you're only looking at a certain socioeconomic class of women in the first place who could even make this, this would even enter their brains in the first place. But I do agree that with him on this in this respect here, is that the whole thing about like men, women would rather stay single. They would, why? And I get the logic. The logic makes sense. Why would a woman want to get with a guy? Average women don't want average men. Why would an average woman want to get with a guy who doesn't make, 68%, 58% more than she does? Because it's funny because that's equality, right? That means we want an egalitarian, equal 50-50 relationship, but he's got to still make 68% more money than I do, because if he doesn't, it's divorce time. I can't get with him. Why? Because he's a plumber, but he makes $300,000 a year. Yeah, but he's a plumber. But here's the funny, and this is, and I, like I said, I understand the logic. I get it. Like, why would a woman who perceptually anyways, thinks that the average guy, like she can make up, like she can provide the same value added herself for her long-term security that the average guy could. So that guy has to do what? Either up his game further, or he says, fuck it, I'm out, or she says, fuck it, I'm out. And that's what's happening right now. They're both saying, fuck it, I'm out. Why would I bother with that? But the problem with this is that hypergamy also has another side to it. There's the beta buck side, which is everything we've been talking about up to now, which is provisioning, protection, and parental investment, right? He's got to have enough. He's better make more money than I do, provisioning. Protection, he better be good looking enough. He better be strong enough and dominant enough to sort of like beat up anybody who would attack us, or, like run off a stalker, or a home invasion or some shit like that. And he has to be involved in our kids, and he has to help out with the homework and around the house and everything else. He has to be like, that's the beta buck side. That side is where all the value added for, like when we're talking about a 6 and a 6, all the value added is on the beta bucks side of the equation in that particular situation, right? But if a woman can already make up for that for herself, if beta bucks is already taken care of, even whether it's perceptual or it's actual, what's left? What makes a man attractive? How about that chick that we showed you here just a little while ago, right? This is what's left. This is what's left for you. Here, this is what's left.
College, when all you had to do was get blackout drunk on any given night, the night of your choosing, in order to find like a hot, jacked guy. Now when I see a guy who's jacked, I'm like, that's so nostalgic. I used to have my absolute pick of the litter with you, and now at 33 years old, I'm traipsing around the city in high heels, trying to find a fucking bar that will let me in, and then also trying to find a guy who's like hot and jacked, and like I have to care about like personality and your job now. Like, are you ambitious? Because like I have to actually want to spend time with you. Whereas in college, like all you had to care about was, are you hot? Like I miss those days.
Alpha fucks. That's the other side of the equation. Will, this chick, I don't have to ruin Will's whole shtick here. All I have to do is give him this video. I'll just let random 30-year-old chick who wants a hot guy. Thank God she doesn't have a British accent. All I got to do is, and by the way, that's one video. I mean, I can probably go find another dozen of those for you on TikTok right now. Just give me a couple hours. I probably could find them. Again, it's not the manosphere that's going to turn all these guys red pill. It's 30-year-old girl on the street looking for a hot guy. That's it. That's what's left. Oh, I have to be concerned about their, that's she's lamenting the fact that she's like looking for a guy who actually has benefits, who could outrank her in career, how much money she makes, education that she's still paying off, and God knows whatever else that she thinks is valuable. The hot guy, doesn't matter if he's a longshoreman. It doesn't matter if he's like a bussing tables at some restaurant. It doesn't matter if he's a bar back at the fucking, at the casinos or something like that. It makes no difference. He could be Jake fucking Cope and have, just play drums in God knows how many different bands or how many cover bands and lounges. Doesn't matter. Is he hot? That's where we're at. She's not going to marry the guy. It's the same thing we've been talking to guys. If you're not going to marry her, red flags are green flags. That's all. She's basically saying the same thing. Red flags are green flags. Where can I find the hot guy? I'm so nostalgic for my 20s. Why can't it be more simplistic like it was when I was in my 20s and all I was really looking for was a hot, jacked guy. Jacked. I guess that sort of confirms clavicular. I guess that we shouldn't be looking for muscular dudes. But speaking of which, let's push this up a little bit further here. There we go. Add to
this kind of uncertainty of dealing with fuckboys, going on these dates, getting spurned by men, because the modern.
You say spermed or spurned?
I couldn't even tell, honestly.
I'm just going to go with sperm.
Mating market allows for deceptive men to pursue a deceptive strategy.
What about a 30-year-old hot girl who's actually actively looking for a guy with that deceptive strategy? Who's deceiving who?
At unprecedented rates. It's incredible. Like, you have unprecedented levels of anonymity, access to millions of potential mates. So for the first time in history, you can actually pursue a purely short-term deceptive mating strategy.
The problem with that is that it's the women who are actually looking and pursuing that short-term mating strategy, because they already know that the guys that they want to fuck aren't going to be the same guys who are going to have a good job and have all those added value-added benefits. Ergo, 30-year-old girl on the street looking for a hot guy. Jacked, by the way, too. So there.
Without weathering many of the classic costs that you would have. Her kin and her friends are no longer really going to take revenge on you because you live in a city millions of miles away from them. They don't know who you are. You just move city. And, a lot of men are pursuing this strategy. So women are thinking, if that's the pathway to...
Okay. Literally, no men are pursuing this strategy. Maybe 4.5% of men, the world population of guys, can, if they want to. Remember, when we talk about like the 80-20, 4.5%, the 4.5% guys, we're presuming that those guys are fucking fuckboys, right? We're presuming that those guys are players, manipulative, Machiavellian, dark triad, narcissistic son of a bitches who are going to play mind games with you because they're just so fucking good looking and so desirable that they can do anything they want to. And that by virtue of them being that 4.5% that women will actively like pursue, that in some way is synonymous with manipulator. Narcissist. No, they're only narcissists because they don't want to settle down with you. They're happy to fuck you to see if they want to or not, but they're in a position where they can. Like Mike always talks about this. Like when you're looking at the sexual marketplace, and you look at number of partners for the average number of partners for a guy. I mean, even on the high end, you're looking at like 7 or 8. And then when you get into like the higher value guys, then it goes up and up and up until he says it always looks like a hockey stick. So like the 4.5% guys, their sexual partners is up in the 50 to 100 range right there. And it looks like a hockey stick, right? Well, because they can. Now, is that because they're manipulative fucks? Or is that because women simply like it's an easier time for them to have sex with that guy? It's not because they're like trying to play mind games with those chicks. It's women are looking for the hot jacked guy at 30 years old. right? There's this presumption that if the guy is good looking enough, or the guy has some sort of value to the point where he can be a player or whatever, that he's always a player. He's by nature, by definition, is that player because he's part of that 4.5% because he's good looking. That is not the case. In fact, I would argue that of that 4.5% of guys who are the dudes that that women actively want to get with, they're not the 20%ers where they're just like, maybe he'll do if he has some value added. These are the Justin Wallers, of the world. The guys who look like Alan Rich and Jason Momoa, the guys who are just that women like, the guys that women lust after, right? Whether it's a physical thing, clavicular, I don't know. It's not even, I wouldn't even want to throw clavicular's name in that whole mix. Okay, that 4.5%, I would say of that 4.5%, maybe 1% or 0.5% of those guys are actually manipulative guys who just like, fucking game on, man, fucking sex buffet. Like they can do that. They can get in there and they can go ahead and do that. I would say the other, think about this. Of that 4.5% of guys who are attractive enough that women would want to initiate something with them, how many of them are married or get married? How many of them go to church on Sundays and go, you know what, even though I am Henry Cavill and I look like this, even fucking Henry Cavill has a longtime girlfriend who just got knocked up, I believe. I don't know if they're married or whatever, but fact of the matter is he's in a at least somewhat monogamish relationship with his girlfriend. And by the way, there's no way you could put Henry Cavill with any girl and you go, oh man, he could do better. But he could definitely do better than this chick, for sure. But he's down. He likes that, right? But he's definitely in that 4.5 percentile. But he's not. You don't see Henry Cavill fucking random chicks all the time. At least as far as I don't know. Maybe he does, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think we would know about it by now. I think there would be some sort of allegation by now. But no. Hell, Henry Cavill can have Warhammer 40,000 as his fucking hobby, and women will still want to fuck him. That's a 4.5 percenter. So how many of those 4.5% guys that can actually get away with randomly fucking a lot of chicks? See, here's the thing: is maybe this is intentional, maybe this is not. I can't say that it is. Maybe he's just like ignorant, or maybe he's just like sort of going along, get along kind of thing, saying what he thinks is right. But the fact is that there's this idea that all these women are doing this right stuff and they're doing everything right, and they're all so beautiful, and they're also it's the women are wonderful effect, right? Women can do no fucking wrong. They're all hot. They all go to the gym. They all eat right. They all paid off their student loans. They're the ones who are like good, upstanding, contributing to society and holding their own and doing everything. And men are just they're just troglodytes, right? They're just they don't measure up. They just want to sit at home, jerk off to Pornhub, and smoke weed, eat pizza, and play, World of Warcraft or League of Legends. Space Marine 2. Yeah, are they playing? Yeah, exactly. Oh, he lives in his mom's basement. What I laugh here's, and the thing is this is coming from the same guy and on the same show as the same host who has said, and probably I think they say this again here, and even in the actual show, is men and women aren't fucking anymore. They're just simply not. Like, what is it? What are the stats now? It's like I forget there's just recently stats like how there's the majority of men anyways haven't even asked women out. They won't even go out on a date. They don't even want to leave the house. They don't even want to go do anything social. Why do you think Jimmy Carr and fucking Scott Galloway are saying, yeah, we need guys to go out and get drunk. We need guys to go out and party in the clubs and stuff like that? Well, the reason they don't is because women aren't out there in the clubs anymore. They don't want to. They can get the same kind of attention from the safety and comfort of their own home that they could if they went to the clubs. Mike and I have talked about this ad infinitum. Why aren't there Mike has said this so many times. He says, in the mid 2000s, already up into the probably to about 2016, 2017, you go out to clubs and there's just nothing but beautiful women in the clubs. You go out now, it's a sausage fest. If there's any guys there at all, clubs are dying. Even in Las Vegas, clubs are dying. And it might be hard to believe because there's some clubs that aren't, like obviously Zook and some of the big clubs here, Hakkasan and some of the other ones are still doing okay, but far fewer incidents of beautiful women being at these clubs. Why is that? Well, I'm going to tell you this right now is like if this idea that these average guys are just fiendishly just holding off and deliberately not bettering themselves. No, that's just simply not the case. They're not fucking. And hell, what is it? The other stats, and they're going to talk about this in this as well, is that the other stats are that, women have an unfavorable opinion of men, whereas men have a much more favorable opinion of women. Women just simply hate the average. Women hate. It's not enough to say they don't want to get with the average guy. They hate the average guy. Women hate the average guy. They have they have an unfavorable opinion of average guys. So don't give me this horseshit line about how guys aren't measuring up or how guys are the ones that do are somehow fiendishly turning into fuckboys, trying to get their notch count up and their body count up or whatever it is. And that they just need to man up and take more responsibility. It's a horseshit, and it's also a tradcon grift too.
Towards a committed relationship, I'd rather not, because they're not getting the benefits.
So the pathway to get to a relationship is laid with all of these different tripwires that you can kick. And women are worried about kicking one or many of them, or maybe have in the past, and have gone, actually, I can support myself financially, socioeconomically without this. But I guess the rubber's going to meet the road eventually, because unless you're going to do IVF sperm donor, you need to have a partner eventually if you ever want to have a family.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's review here, children. I think it was like 4 episodes ago, and I was talking about how there was this incident of, and this was in, they should know this was in Britain, right? Of was it 200 women in Great Britain, in the UK. They had children because they had a sperm donor that they got from I'm sorry. It was either Norway or Denmark. Denmark hits a little too close to home. But it was a guy in some Scandinavian country who was a sperm donor, and it was unregulated because between the two countries, I guess you can, I think you're only supposed to give sperm like 5 times or 10 times or something like that. So this dude was chosen 200 times. IVF sperm donor. Why? Why would 200 women pick this one dude? And the reason why this is notable is because that one dude had a genetic marker for cancer. And so these women who have had these babies, they're having children. The children grow up to be 3-4 years old, and the kids get cancer. A good portion of them do anyways, right? Suddenly discover that the sperm that they used, all 200 of these women used, were selected from this one sperm donor in either Denmark or Norway or something like that, right? And how horrible it is. And that guy was fiendishly, manipulatively impregnating telling these women that, here's my sperm. No, they sought him out. They chose that dude for some reason. I'm going to guess it's probably because he looked like a water polo player or he had a good body. I don't think it's because he won the Nobel Peace Prize for, for astrophysics or mathematics or something like that. I'm pretty sure that wasn't it. 200 women selected this guy. Well, women are just going to start looking for IVF if they want to have, a family. Yeah, they are. And that's one of the risks they're going to run, because what are women looking for? Well, apparently they're looking for Viking DNA. They're looking for a guy who is jacked, and they're not picking the guy he's a lawyer. They're not looking for the guy who's like, when women are looking for a sperm donor, I certainly doubt it is the criteria that they have is like, does he love his mother? Does he like puppy dogs and rainbows? And does he like to go to Disneyland? And does he made partner in the law firm? They're looking at the dude and saying, yeah, I want my baby to have that guy's genetics. Right? What was Kyle, what was the guy who was the coach who was been cheating with that one chick who was like, she was an ESPN commentator for football. Forget the guy's name. I just talked about it last week. And she was cheating on him for like 5 or 6 years. And her husband didn't know she had 2 sons with her husband. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And named one of the kids Michael. It was Michael Nesmith.
Verbel.
Yeah. Mike Vrabel. Yeah, Mike Vrabel. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, Mike Vrabel. And I forget the chick's name. Anyways, keep that in mind, because that's a chick who is clearly not looking for a relationship because the guy's already in a relationship. but is so into that guy that she wants to name her son Michael. How fucked up is that, man?
Yeah, but it's just the case that women's status-seeking goals have become very important to them. They've been crushing it in socioeconomic arena, and it's a fact that getting with a long-term male partner is a massive hindrance to a woman's career. He's not really going to want her to be around other high-status mates and rivals at work. He's not too crazy about that idea often. He often wants her to stay home and be the caregiver. That's often what she wants when she gets into a long-term relationship. So if you culturally lionize, I know it's a bit trite to say like the girl boss culture, but that does clash with relationship formation. It takes time to pursue a career, and it's just it's at, those two things are at odds.
All right, that's essentially congratulations, you're now Manosphere, Will Costello. Congratulations, you've just moved the needle to the evolution of the Manosphere, Chris Williamson. Your congratulations. Welcome to the red pill. The ladies on there too. Welcome to the red pill. Welcome to confirming everything we've been talking about my case for 20 some odd years, but at least for the last 12, 15 years. And all those guys that you have such a problem with. Oh, well, fuck. Even Scott Galloway. Fuck those Manosphere guys. All you're doing is confirming everything we've said. In fact, I would say you're a more reliable Manosphere source than a lot of some of it, than Sneeko, than HS Tiki Taki. You're essentially like confirming everything the red pill and the Manosphere have said. It sounds better coming from you. It doesn't sound so good coming from me. I really want to get in touch with Bradley because it's like he's finally coming around. I think he's finally kind of getting it. And I'm like, I really need to talk to him because like I don't want him to get banned. I don't want him to get ratioed because he's gonna fall into the same trap that me and Mike have. Let me put this guy back up again, but I'm going to scrub through.
My mother famously said, actually, women can have it all, but just not at the same time.
Yeah, no, not really. Where is there's the look.
Guess a bit old. It's kind of showing my age weirdly because they're both written in the teens or the tens. Mate by Tucker Max and Jeffrey Miller.
Okay. I think men overdo it with their looks maxing. They could hit a sweet
looks maxing stuff here. Okay.
Support group
That's
chat.
lovely.
Should come in, show their emotion.
Yeah.
That's true. You're not showing your emotions. You're showing how you're being repeatedly beaten by the same social media platform. It's insanity.
Why do you get attacked? Because you're into evolutionary psychology?
A looks maxer. And I posted a picture of, I can't even think of his name, but he's a popular K-pop singer that's a bit of a heartthrob in that arena. And reliable sex difference, the men thought Clavicular was more handsome, the women thought that the K-pop star was more handsome. So there is a somewhat of a mismatch in cross-sex mind reading.
Yeah, a very reliable Twitter poll. Yes, awesome. Yeah, great research there, my friend.
Happening between men and women around attractiveness.
What do you think about the guys that say, well, that's just stated versus revealed preferences? Women actually do want the Giga Chad face. They don't want to go with that soy boy. That's just what they think is popular to say online.
I think it's massive cope for people to respond to all my polls with, oh, you can't trust anything women say, that they just lie all the time. Like, that must be such a comforting world to live in, to be like, oh, I don't have to worry about any of their criticism because it's just lies and I know how they really behave. And this is often said by just basement dwellers who never
people who don't
engage.
go off the internet.
Oh yeah, those basement dwellers. There it is again. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say that that K-pop star does pretty okay with women, I imagine, if he is so inclined. I think he would be fine. But yeah, the key point is I think men overdo it with their looks maxing. They could hit a sweet spot because the signaling effect that they're giving by being too into looks maxing is kind of negative to women. I'd love your opinion on this, but I think it signals that they're active in the mating market. They're looking for other mates. They're self-obsessed. They're going to be not willing to have a takeaway on the couch with me on a weekend. They're going to make me feel bad.
Who's still in shape somehow.
Yeah, it's a bit sus, isn't it? And even it is a sign of infidelity. It predicts infidelity if a guy is suddenly getting back in shape.
Yep.
It's like he's trying to re-engage with the mating market. Ladies,
I also think it's feminine coded.
Yes.
And so
Really?
it looks to me like the male symptom of social media addiction, where you see girls editing themselves, getting cosmetic surgery, obsessing over aging. Have you seen these girls when they go to bed and they have like a sheet mask on and then
I've seen the
eye
red
mask
light thing.
Yeah, but they have like 100 different things going on.
There's a post maybe in Slate or Wired about this girl who had 100-step beauty regime.
Stuff like that.
I spray the magnesium on my face before. I think that she was sitting under a lamp that's meant to keep bird eggs alive.
Oh my God.
She was like putting her face under a lamp,
Dude,
like a
yeah.
fucking heater that you would put
Incubator.
food on a hot plate under.
Yeah, but I think if you see that, you'd think she's very neurotic and maybe not a good partner if she's like obsessed with how she's coming
But
across.
because the baseline for men is supposed to be lower, even if a man doesn't have a 100-step thing, if he's got a 10-step thing,
Yeah.
that's still quite a lot.
Yeah, and it just looks like, as we were saying before, it looks like teenage girls on Instagram, but then applied to, it's how young men are reacting to the incentives. Like you said, on dating profiles, they've got to advertise themselves like a product. But I think it's also just social media in general, because when you like match with someone on a dating app, the first thing you do is look up their Instagram, and their Instagram has to show, like we were just saying, that they're a good person. You've got to see evidence of that. You've got to see all the holidays that they've been on. Are they social? And all of these things have to be marketed immediately. And so I think that is where a lot of the looks maxing comes from.
So I was at dinner with, Signal from X, trends all the time. Fucking sick guy. I went to dinner with him last night. I didn't know who he was, just this like anon. I could have been abducted last night. We turned out to be a really interesting guy, and now we're friends. And I was going through my little bit about what I think is happening with looks maxing, that guys have a failure of cross-sex mind reading about what other women find attractive, and what they're doing is they're basically coding for other men's formidability and respect, not for female attractiveness. Because there's evidence that suggests that women prefer a slightly feminized face, a neutral or a slightly feminized face with a masculinized body. But when you look at some of the lengths that the guys are going to with the jaw surgery, it's gonna get comical. Hasn't yet for clavicular, but I think he's having jaw surgery today.
Oh no!
So
Been
like,
through enough this week. Oh my God! He had an overdose 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's well. Maybe that might be. You could just build the overdose into the jaw surgery and just steam straight through it. I don't know. But after,
I think what's funny about that whole thing is like the only reason they even know Clavicular's name is because Clavicular pays for his fucking views. Like that's the only reason anybody knows fucking Clavicular. They're using like Clavicular as this like gold standard for looks maxing. It's like looks maxing like started like half an hour ago, right? Like, oh my God, have you heard about this looks maxing thing? Looks maxing has been going on. Remember Face and LMS? Does anybody remember Face and LMS? Does anybody remember like I'm trying to think of the ones from like 2014. Like the first time I became aware of like quote unquote looks maxers, I think it was like 2013 or 2014. And that was when it was all about, it wasn't even so much looks maxing, it was just like guys on I think it was like PUA Hate. It was like the same forum that like Elliot Rogers was on, or it was an outcry, it was an out, like people don't realize just how many different branches there are in the manosphere, like for instance, like incels in the classic sense, not in the insult sense, but like incels really were a derivative from the True Force Loneliness guys way back in 2012, 2014, which actually started on 4chan back then, right? And it was the guys who were the Forever Alones on 4chan became the True Force Loneliness guys, which then became incel, volcel, chincel, height cell, whatever fucking cell, right? Then we have the incel movement, and then people picked up on incel and they use it as an insult right after that. That's one branch of that. Looks maxing was hived off from that same group, although they said, well, it's not actually hopeless. It's just you have to just be so good looking because all that matters is looks. These are the guys who will go and do like these, technically it's A/B testing. Like they'll come up with like some like fake like Hinge profile or Twitter or Tinder profile of some really super good looking dude who claims he just got out of jail for like, I just beat the rap for multiple homicide and rape. And, I did child SA or something like that. And women are still like going, well, that's a tough life. I'd love to meet you today. Cause he looks like a male model. Right. So the looks maxing thing is not something that is new. It's only like hyper aware of it right now, thanks to people like Peter Thiel and whoever is funding Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, and Clavicular right now. The money that goes, they are all on the same payroll. I don't know who it's payroll. I can say it's Peter Thiel. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they're all on the same payroll. That's why they're all banding together against Dan Bilzerian, which I'm just like, you're eating the popcorn. watching this unravel right now between Dan Bilzerian. I'm Team Dan right now. I'm going to be on Team Dan because I know Dan personally. I'm Team Bilzerian right now, just going with that. But it's funny to watch the pro wrestlers go at each other. But the thing is that like the Clavicular as a sort of the poster boy for the Looksmaxing, Looksmax has been around for forever. And the only reason they're even like, here's the funniest thing. Chris Williamson, Will Costello, and the rest of these two other broads that are on here, the only reason they even know Clavicular's name is because Clavicular in the month of April had 2 billion paid views courtesy of Kick, courtesy of 1,610 individual accounts, boosting his signal over and over and over again. It's like they've finally industrialized and commercialized what Andrew Tate did in 2022, which is he's just basically got people to just boost his signal over and over again. He didn't do anything illegal. He played by the rules. Even Clav is still playing by the rules. He's just gaming the algorithm and effective and doing it very effectively. And he's not the only one. Aiden Ross does the same fucking thing, and there's other people on that list. Aiden Ross is number 2. Clav's number 1. But it's all astroturfed. And so here we are on modern wisdom talking about Clav as if it's like a real fucking thing.
After a while, the guys are kind of overshooting the androgyny, like the really intense cheekbones and the huge jaw. And again, you can say, well,
how is huge jawline, which is a cue for masculinity, the cue for testosterone, how is that like androgynous? If anything, that's andro specific, right?
Women don't really know what they want. They do want the Giga Chat. Yeah. Something tells me not across all of the different studies that have been done about what is preferred by men and women. You know, it would be an awesome thing to do. You should do this. One of your polls should be take Clavicular's face now, run it through Coves, take it to Mackin or whatever, get them to feminize it a little, get them to masculinize it a little, get them to masculinize it more, and say of these, and don't say which one is his.
Right.
Because that would kind of blind it a little. Anyway, so I'm explaining this. I'm like, guys, because they maybe haven't been around women and because they're not women, they're just, what would women want? Well, they would want what I would think is attractive or respect worthy or whatever. So I'm just going to like optimize for the androgyny thing.
Yeah. And to men, the ultimate reward is short-term mating success. They hate being told, oh, you're the guy I would marry, but not the guy I would have a one-night stand with. That's a massive
bingo. Fucking bingo, dude.
Error. So men are optimizing, well, if women like Chad at all, they want him for short-term.
Yeah.
And that's true. There's some evidence that women prefer masculinized just specifically in the short-term context. So given that that's the ultimate reward for men, they're thinking, I can pursue that. That's what I want to optimize for.
So Signal's thing, his point was he thinks because all women are basically scrutinized in group chats and living on Instagram, and if you go on a date with someone, all of the people in the group chat are going to ask, what's his Instagram?
Yeah.
Guys are optimizing to be as presentable as possible. So the self-beautification that men are going through right now is basically them future-proofing themselves from the girl they're going to go on a date with group chat scrutiny of his Instagram.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You've just made another Manosphere point. Ding, 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 ding. Yes. You're not dating just the chick. You're dating her mom, her sisters, her nieces, her girlfriends, her grandmother, anybody, and any other woman who follows her on Instagram. Mike and I have been talking about this since day fucking 1 on Access Vegas, and I've been talking about it for God knows how long. It's not just the chick. Again, social proof, it's just mate choice copying and pre-selection in the digital Instagram social media age. Talked about it for forever. Congratulations, you fucking asshats. Now you're in the manosphere. This is the evolution of the manosphere. Here, this show is the evolution of the manosphere. This is where we're going. Guys are going to be red pill and manosphere and not know that they are. And be completely, they're going to confirm everything we have said for the last 20 plus years. and not even know that they are. And as soon as you say Rollo Tomasi, or you say Mike Sartain, or you say, I don't know, anybody else, Myron Gaines, whatever, but not those guys. The same guys who are saying the same exact fucking thing that you are, but you don't have to worry about being put on a DHS watch list. You don't have to worry about, because we did the hard work for you. So we cleared a path. We're the ones who took the fucking bullets for you. So you can go and talk about this and pretend like it just happened yesterday. And you're confirming everything we've ever said about, especially about this shit for the last 20 years.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that is true. Well, it's like the app, the tea app.
Are we dating the same guy?
Yeah,
Those
but you
apps,
can like literally rate and review men based off pictures of themselves, and like rate them a green flag and a red flag. But that is happening in group chats, and I think a lot of young men think, even before they've met someone, all of their memories have to be marketed in a way for a future partner who's going to be scrolling through their life. So it's like, yeah, when you go on holiday, capturing images not for the memories but for this future woman who's going to be scrolling through your profiles.
Yeah, well, here's the funny thing is, well, we can look at this. Actually, I got this already on tap. I might as well throw this up one more time. It's not just it's the women. It's Instagram boyfriends. In fact, you could even be a world-renowned soccer player, and your wife is still going to, or your girlfriend in this case, is still going to post pictures of her solo on her Instagram on vacation, and you can be Leo Messi, and that's her in the same fucking bikini and the same fucking same place. Same thing with Cristiano. There's one of Ronaldo too, but this is not him. It's something else. But this is a side-by-side comparison of like, these are like, I don't know. If you know who these soccer players are, you know I've used this before. So to say that it's guys who are turning into girls who could say, well, I want to make sure that I look good so my future wife doesn't think, well, they're just curating their Instagram like any other guy does. Like that's the first thing was it in MOA, certainly in Reignite. We'll teach you guys how to like maximize and curate your image gallery for Instagram, because that's just simply the way it is. It's not like fucking like self-absorption. Like women don't care if you're showing your diploma. Hey, I just graduated. I got my doctorate in, I don't know, dental surgery or some shit like that. They don't care. You know what they care about? They care that you're sitting next to that Lamborghini. They care that you're jacked in some way or looking somewhat good, looking good, right? They want access to scarce resources. They want, first of all, you don't put anybody, either put a lot of girls in your shot with you or put yourself solo. That's it. They want confirmation, and anything that promotes pre-selection in those images, that's what works. Don't pretend that it's not important. Don't pretend that women don't select like that. Don't pretend that it is any way shallow or superficial or anything else. It is as superficial as anybody makes it, because that's what works. That's what's always been working, and that's always going to work.
That's a nice segue into the mate copying of Nikki Glaser.
Imagine that.
What was this? The call her daddy thing?
Yeah.
So what happened?
So she had an interview where she kind of revealed her, I wouldn't describe it as a cuck fetish, but she kind of
is it not called monopoly? It's monopoly.
Well, okay, that's a cool term. But,
monopoly.
Yeah, so she basically described that she enjoys seeing her male partner fuck other women. Now, she's not into being with other men, and this is this very kind of salacious story. And I think there's a number of things happening there. There is some evidence of mate copying that's much stronger in women. The social proofing of other women's opinion of a guy
pre-selection
is way more important to them than it is for a man. So let's say I was going out with someone that I was head over heels with and in love with, and you said, oh no, she's not that beautiful. It would have less of an effect on me than it would for a girl having all her girlfriends to say, no, he's not the one. He's trash.
And it makes sense because women's mate value is more observable. Like, so you can only do so much. You have eyes.
It's like, I don't care what you think, I can see. Yeah.
Whereas men's mate value is less observable, so you have to use these indirect cues.
So
like
if
their
a guy
partners.
goes through into a club and he's surrounded by 4 women, some women are looking at that saying, there must be something. Or if a guy doesn't.
Oh, congratulations. You've just confirmed another ding, 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 another manosphere point. And I'm going to give this one to Mike Sartain. Yeah, if you show up to the club with 12 hot ass chicks in tow, guess what happens as a result of that? other women around you say this guy must be pre-selected. Look at all the chicks that he's with. It's and Mike will die on this hill. We could go to Mike Sartain's Instagram page right now, and I can show you pictures of picture after picture after picture in his gallery of him surrounded by gorgeous, anywhere between 2 to 20 girls that are surrounding him, and it works and has worked for a very long time. I can show you pictures of, I don't want to say his girlfriend's name, but I can show you the girls that he's been with. I personally know the girls that he's been with. Okay, it works. That's why. Congratulations. Thank you, Will Costello, for confirming everything that, I guess Mike is red pill adjacent. And so I guess you're kind of red pill adjacent, but no, dude, you're red pill, right? Thank you for confirming the red pill.
Look that good, but he has a really beautiful partner. They're thinking there must be something, must have something going for him, right?
Yeah, I was talking to Coleman Hughes, and he was telling me about when he first started dating his fiance, maybe in New York somewhere.
Let's keep going here a little bit.
Of sexual promiscuity. Well, no, for women, if women are too extroverted, other men might infer she will cheat, and if men
Let me go back here.
Hard, and he's too obsessed with himself, and too many women like him. It can be off-putting. Is that right?
Keep going.
Tick and assertive if they're
hidden nature of female intrasexual competition with the need for assertiveness.
Believe that she was a good person.
Who are opening up about their emotions. There's a kind of ick and an aversion. Like, you look like an unreliable.
So anyways, I wanted to, before I'm just, because there's another video I need to get on here. But before we do, part of the looks maxing conversation, of course, is like, well, these guys are taking it to the nth degree. Or they'll say men tend to overestimate how much muscularity women are really into. They're not really into that. They kind of want the dad bod or a little bit. They don't really want to their men tend to overdo it, right? Well, are they overdoing it like this? Let's see. They overdoing it like that? I put that up. There you go. That's Chris Williamson on his photo shoot for, let's see, what was this? GQ Style, right? This is his interview for Real Life Diet of Chris Williamson, who thinks fiber is coming for protein's throne. There you go. When was this? Oh, this was December 9th of 2025. So this is not too long ago, actually. There you go. Is that what they're after? This is really fucking gay. Sorry. But so here's the thing. It's is this looks maxing? Is that what that's about? Is that really looks maxing? Because I'm thinking that's probably looks maxing before. Remember, this is December 9th.
Maybe thinking this consciously, but
wait a minute, I'll take that out. That's good. So I have to put an example where it is. Yeah. What's funny to me is listening to, and Mike and I have said this before. What's ridiculous for us to be talking about is looks maxing and listening to any kind of sort of reprobation or whatever about looks maxing coming from a guy who's a cover model in GQ, who's been on Love Island, for fuck's sake. Okay, the guy. Not taking anything away from Chris. He's a good looking dude, right? But still, you're going to talk about, oh well, they want muscularity. They just want too much muscularity. Okay. I think that's sounds pretty hypocritical to me. I'm just going to say. I have one last video here that I need to run into. This is also our good friend Will Costello. He made an appearance on this kind of no-name podcast just recently, and I didn't even know it existed until last night. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay. Here it is. This is Evolutionary Psychologists. Surprising reason men are looks maxing.
Hello. Our last episode crushed. Relative to the channel, it was like Diary of a CEO getting a 50 million view video. People were fascinated to hear your expertise. Let's start off light. Is looks maxing gay?
That is certainly an intrasexual competition tactic that men will engage in about any man that's perceived as trying too hard to develop his looks. And I just ran a poll last night asking women whether they want men in general to looks max more, the same as they are now, or less. And overwhelmingly, they wanted more. almost none of them wanted men to look max less. So it's not necessarily a bad thing towards women for men to look max more, but you have to think about men are balancing two different motives. So in trying to appeal to women is one motive, and then you also have your coalitional value to other men. So if you max out on only trying to appeal to women, it sometimes comes at the expense of your appeal to other men. So, and that puts a lot of men off looks maxing or even taking basic care of their appearances because they think other men are going to call them gay. And yeah.
All right. So just once again. So Will, is your good friend gay here? Is this guy gay? Is this gay? Is this looks maxing? That's a pretty strong jawline right there. Is that gay? Is that gay? Guys, put a one in the chat if you think that's gay. Oh, Jesus, man. Okay.
Perceived as feminine. And for centuries, even longer, it has been the domain of women to prioritize their physical appearance because men value it more in their mate preference. But that trend has been changing over the last recent decades. Both men and women have increasingly begun to value physical attractiveness more. Each decade, the data show that both want physical attractiveness more and more. And that's unsurprising when you think about how much of the world is now visual, including online dating. I mean, physical attractiveness in an online dating setting just overpowers everything. It's like the main factor, I think.
Congratulations, Will Costello. You are now red-pilled. You are now a manosphere, maybe adjacent. You are now a manosphere influencer. Thank you for confirming everything we've been talking about for fucking ever. Okay. There's
a recent study showed that like just a 1 point increase in your physical attractiveness just improves your profile way beyond any sort of similar improvement in your biography or anything like that. And, you know, physical attractiveness, it is pretty important. It's kind of like the gateway. It's the first thing people assess about each other. We did a large study.
All right. Yes, we already know. Thank you very much. Hold on. Let me put them back up.
About strategies that people use.
Yeah. It was is it the woman?
Out all the time. The guys in our ancestral history who were constantly doing that and didn't calibrate their standards down didn't reproduce as well as the ones that did. So you have a flexible sociometer, and it even is responsive to feedback. When people receive rejection, then they lower their standards. They receive this information about where they stand in the hierarchy all the time.
Would there be a skew towards a certain sex being more aware of their standing than the other one? I can imagine that a man going out of his way to go for a 10 out of 10 when he's a 3, he's not only going to risk rejection and not passing on his genes, he's also going to get clubbed over the head by the 10 out of 10 alpha with big muscles, right? Who's the leader of the pack. I suppose it balances out because women would do the same thing, but just in a more snide manner, and through something like reputation destruction. But it feels like the male approach there, it's more obvious and would perhaps make men more sensitive to going out of their way to go punching.
Yeah, and actually men are a lot, I have a hypothesis that men are a lot more flexible with their self-perceived mate value because...
Okay, hang on, I got to push this up. I think it's 104 is where we're at. Let's see.
Who are willing to lower their standards for a short-term fling or short-term one-night stand. And
right.
then these...
Here it is. This is where he gets everything.
Go out and test it, and it will live and die by the data rather than just being a genuine just so story. But the logic is sound. So basically it...
Okay, here we go. This is it right here. Hang on.
Acting like
more sensitive to going out of their way to go punching.
Yeah, and actually men are a lot, I have a hypothesis that men are a lot more flexible with their self-perceived mate value because traditionally it's not as tied to physical attractiveness, it's more tied to status and resources, which can come at any time. So look what happens to an actor like Harrison Ford or someone who only became famous in his 50s.
What?
He probably had
Here we go. I need you to look up how old was Harrison Ford in Star Wars in 1977. Fact check.
35.
35. Wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Wait. How old was Harrison Ford in American Graffiti? I would say that was probably the start of his career. Got to be 32. I think it was a year before that.
30 years old.
30 years? Wow.
No, you're wrong.
Thank you. Please. British people. Come on now.
Problem. Acting like he's got that massive spike in mate value. Men do it all the time. If they were a loser in high school, but then they become rich later on, they have no problem accepting their new mate value. Whereas women tend to lock in because women's mate value carries a more stable trajectory and it's more locked in during adolescence and doesn't typically change that much thereafter until kind of a precipitous fall after fertility.
Well, wait a minute. That sounds like a confirmation of a red pill fact. Would that be this right here? Thank you. Ding, ding, ding. One more for Rollo Tomasi. There we go. Yes, it takes a precipitous fall. I've got to say it in a Cockney accent. It takes a precipitous fall off of a cliff once she gets to be 28 years old. There you go. Oh, sounds an awful lot like some graph one of those manosphere fuckwits put together a long time ago. I don't know.
Their sense of their own mate value is pretty locked in. The challenge for women is different. It would be figuring out their mate value in terms of short-term and long-term mating and whether someone is interested in them for short-term or long-term. And
well, guess what? We've got another confirmation of this timeline right here. Some other, I don't know, one of these fucking red pill fuckwits put this out back in 2015. Yeah, there it is. Alpha reinterests. Like if you look at the gray lines right there, is exactly like almost. Have you been reading my stuff? I'm pretty sure well, I know that he watches my shit. So there you go.
This is actually a hypothesis from the manosphere that I think might actually have legs, and I may go out and test it someday. The alpha widow hypothesis. Have you heard of this one?
No. What?
So basically it connects a lot of evolutionary psychology findings to come to a new hypothesis. And the difference between evolutionary psychologists and the manosphere gurus is we'll actually probably go out and test it, and it will live and die by the data rather than.
Do you think we haven't tested this? What's crazy to me is I like, bro, I'm like, okay, I'm like Mike Sartain, if you're watching this, I'm trying. I am really fucking trying right now. I'm trying to channel my mic. I'm trying to be diplomatic and try to like, yeah, come on, see both sides, Rollo. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. But dude, do you not think like there's a reason? Do you think we just, hey, I got this idea. Let's pull this. I got this alpha widow shit. I just pulled it out of my ass and hey, what do you think? It would be really great if we could just get some evolutionary psychologists to fucking see if this actually works. Yeah, back in 2006, we were fucking talking about this on the So Swab forums. Yeah, okay. We don't know where it actually came from. Yeah, actually, we do know where it came from. Actually, I'm gonna let him continue, and I'll go dig this up real fast. Hang on.
Just being a genuine just so story, but the logic is sound. So basically it takes the information that we know that high mate value men, very physically attractive, very attractive guys, will lower their standards on a whole load of different traits for short-term mating. So if you take something like the amount of intelligence that men require for a short-term mate, for a fling versus a wife, it's like crazy different. Whereas women typically want similar enough for short-term because it could be as consequential for them. Whereas for men, it's really two different kind of mindsets or two different categories. So the idea is the alpha widow hypothesis is that
that's a long way of saying I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, so he clearly has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to the alpha widow dynamic. But here's what he thinks it's about:
lower mate value women encounter these Chad guys who are willing to lower their standards for a short-term fling or short-term one-night stand.
Okay. That is in no way that is Alpha Widow. The Alpha Widow dynamic is in no way that specific. It's not lower mate value chicks getting with a guy who's a higher mate value dude. Okay. It could be remember the status is perceptual. When we look at this here, let me throw this on here. So when you look at the sexual freedom side, that's basically hypergamy, right? It's the twos that want to get with the sevens, right? Or the threes that want to get with sevens. I mean, that's the sexual freedom side of this thing. Okay. Now here's what is not taken into account when we talk about this. And I love you, home math, but even home math doesn't really refer to this too much. Okay. The idea is that the sevens, three gets with the 7, 4 gets with the 7, whatever, that whole side of that's all contextual, man. That's all perceptual. Okay. So it's not just the 7 gets with a 9. And so now she can't get over the 9 kind of thing. It doesn't even have to be an actual human being. The Alpha Widow dynamic could be the woman who simply thinks she deserves a guy she could be a 6 and think she deserves a guy who is a 9. She's now an Alpha Widow, perceptually anyways, from maybe it's an actor, maybe it's a rock star, maybe it's whoever, like she has this sort of like, that's her hall pass, right? If I ever get to fuck this guy, I'm fucking this guy, right? That's the dude that she wants to get with. Now, reason I brought up Mike Vrabel and his mistress, right? That's the kind of the Alpha Widow dynamic right there, in that she named her kid after Mike Vrabel. That is the Alpha Widow. That is certainly a byproduct in its most worst visceral sense of the Alpha Widow dynamic. He's about to get this like horribly wrong, so I figured I'd give you guys the preface here before we get going a little more.
And these women then, having experienced Chad in all his glory, kind of get confused because that's what they then want. And it's very difficult to come back down and say, I see that he was just using me for sex. And by the way, Chad he's probably going to lie to her, deceive her, and say it.
Of course, because she has no agency whatsoever in the whole decision-making process to fuck the guy in the first place. And the only reason she would ever fuck the guy is because he's probably a manipulator. No, shut the fuck up, back up, stop, cut the shit. Okay. I mean, he's about to make a really good, again, he's about to agree with the manosphere, but he has to like do it in baby steps and march it back a little bit, because if he doesn't, he's going to piss off a lot of his female colleagues.
It's going to head somewhere, or I do love you and we will be together one day. Men are deceptive in lots, especially for accessing short-term mating. I think something like 53% of men said they had lied about being in love in order to get short-term sex. So
yeah, but are they lying to a 6 to get sex from a 6? If the guy is an 8 or a 9, is he going to go, you know what? I better lie to this poor little wallflower 6 so she'll want to fuck me. Get the fuck out of here. Like, it's like they always have to like, it's like what, like 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, right?
Too hot to lie.
It's like, yeah, it's like she has no agency whatsoever. Well, she's just this poor girl it's like the fucking Tinder swindler, right?
Yeah.
Because like she still went and got on the fucking plane, dude. She still flew off to Mykonos or whatever the fuck she went, right? She still believed the bullshit that he was like a Mossad agent, or his dad was a Hasidic diamond merchant or some shit like that. She still believed the story, right? Yeah, but she still participated in it. That's the thing about seduction. If you read The Art of Seduction, one of the first things that Robert Greene says is seduction requires, if you're the seducer and the seducee, you have to have a willing participant. No one gets seduced who doesn't want to be seduced already. That's the problem. There has to be somebody who wants to believe the story, who wants to be involved in the whole thing. There is the seducer and the seducee. And if the seducee, usually the chick, doesn't want to, she ain't gonna be. But if she wants to, then the fantasy seems good enough, she's gonna participate in it. Don't think for one fucking second that it's all the guy. And like I said, the most ridiculous part of this whole thing is like, if the guy is Chad, and let's just say Chad is somewhere between the 8.5 to 9 range, okay? He doesn't have to lie. He doesn't, baby, I'm in love with you, to a 6, okay? To even a 7, he doesn't have to do that. She already wants to fuck him. The 30-year-old wandering the streets trying to find the hot jacked guy. That guy doesn't have to lie to her. He has to show up. That's all he has to do. Come on, man.
Men can be pretty deceptive on this level. So it's not like this woman is kind of an idiot for not seeing the writing on the wall. She's probably actively being deceived.
Because she wants to be deceived, because she's participating in the seduction.
But it's very difficult for her to then climb back down the mate value hierarchy and say, I see what happened. He was never going to commit to me for long term. He just wanted the sex. I should go for Stephen over here, who's 6 out of 10, my level, and will be much happier. He can commit to me, because it's not going to be as exciting. And that's the idea, is that they've been alpha widowed. Now, I don't think, I think this probably happens to women quite a bit. I did an X poll that said it was pretty.
Oh, well, thank God we're actually admitting the fact that the old man Rollo Tomasi might have had something fun. Thank you. There we go. Thank you for the next fucking. Yeah, here's the evolution of the manosphere. Yeah. You know what the evolution of the manosphere is? It's going to be confirming everything I've been saying for the last 25 years, 23 years, whatever, by guys who hate my fucking guts, who are going to go, yeah, I'm basically going to confirm everything he said, but I'm not going to ever say that it was actually him that actually brought this up. Those manosphere gurus. Guru. In my life, I would never want to be called a guru. But here, so I'm gonna show you guys something else here. I got to bring this up just so for everyone's edification here, because I wrote this. This was actually the second time I've wrote about this. This was the Alpha. This is Alpha Widows. This is the most recent one that I wrote on the Rational Male back in 2019. And there's actually a one that's prior to this. The Alpha Widows was a term I coined, this guy right here back in 2009. Okay. This dude, I'm the one that came up with the idea. Thank you very much. I will fucking prove it to you. Anybody wants to challenge me, I will prove that shit to you right now. You will be wrong. Okay. I'm going to read this to you just really quick, because there's I'm just going to give you this. I mean, it's a pretty long article here, but these are like the misconceptions about it. Alpha widows are the result of players who fiendishly used these poor, impressionable women before they left them high and dry. I even accounted for everything this motherfucker is getting wrong in 2019. I did it. This right here is fucking me, okay? I covered all of this bullshit. It's 7 fucking years, well, almost 7 fucking years ago.
Rollo got the trap.
I got you. Gotcha, bitch. I got you. Okay. I haven't covered the misconceptions here. All right. Let me just run this by you real fast. The fantasy ideal. What is an alpha widow? To understand the phenomenon of the alpha widow, we must look at women's evolved mating strategy, hypergamy. A woman's intrinsic desire to balance the best quality sexual reproductive male with the best provisioning parentally invested male. That's the difference between Chad and the 6 that she was going to settle for, because the Chad's never going to commit to her. It's not that he fiendishly fucked her and I guess I'm going to have to just get with the 6. No, the thing is she's forced to get with the 6, because the guy who she wants to fuck, the one that got away, thank you very much, Katy Perry, the one that got away, the one that she pines for is this was actually the alpha widow dynamic. I shouldn't claim 100% authority of this. I came to it after a conversation I had with Royce back in the day. Royce was the one who posted this: 5 minutes of alpha trumps or 5 years of beta. Okay. That's where the alpha widow dynamic, with the inception of it. I was having these conversations with him, and I even have a post called 5 minutes of alpha. And that's the premise of it. And I was talking, that was where I had the conversation with Royce. From there came the alpha widow dynamic. Okay. So you can say there was I think it's still around. Like Katy Perry had this one song, and it was called "The One That Got Away." Yeah. Like it was a big hit. Yeah. It was a guy who it was the guy that she really wanted to get with. And he died on Dead Man's Curve or something like that. Like he ended up dying, and then she ended up getting with some other guy, some old guy. It even shows her as this old woman with an old guy that she had to settle for because Johnny died at Dead Man's Curve when she was like 18 or 17 when she was in high school or some shit like that. That's the premise of the song. If that sounds a lot like the ending of Titanic, you're also not wrong. Remember, Rose is the villain of Titanic. Why? Because 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. Everyone have said this. I'm not saying anything new, but I even wrote about this back in the day. It's called Love Story, and it's I do this comparison between was it Saving Private Ryan, like the ending of Saving Private Ryan versus the ending of Titanic. And by the way, there's only 1 year difference between those movies, and they both won Best Picture those years. Yeah, incredible. But Rose is the villain of Titanic, right? Remember, what was it? I would rather be his whore than your wife. Ooh. That is the entire movie of Titanic, all the way up to the end where she drops the $250 million all the way down to the bottom of the ocean to be with Jack, because that's her heart, the heart of the sea. Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, the heart of the sea.
Heart of the sea, right?
Fuck her family.
It is supposed to, as it is described, the Titanic is described as not, if not the, but one of the greatest love stories ever told. Let's start from that point right there. Okay. How do we know that? Because the end scene right before, at 100 years old, when Rose is about to die and she's dropping the diamond into the, not giving it to her grandchildren, dropping it to the bottom of the fucking ocean, you pan through all these pictures of her and her life that was so great because Jack died and she survived. He sacrificed his life. This 14, 16-year-old kid who who she banged once in a boat, in a little lifeboats or some shit like that, and had such an effect on her. And it's one of the greatest love stories ever told. And it shows you she was Amelia Earhart. She was flying in, the airplanes, and she was riding English horses, and she had this wonderful life because she married a very rich dude who was a 6. Okay. That's what I mean. She was a fucking alpha widow for Jack at the bottom of the fucking ocean. And of course she dies and they go back and they dance in the ballroom and they're ghosts like in the fucking haunted mansion at Disney, right? That whole fucking, narrative, Will Costello, you want to know what the alpha widow dynamic is? Just go watch the last 10 minutes of Titanic. There it is. That's all you need. That's all you have to do. So I'll just give you the big brain version of this. Since a woman's mating strategy centers on quality in a long-term partner, women tend to focus on ideals in men. The imperative drive for mate quality extends to both sides of women's hypergamous equation. The best genetics, alpha fucks, sexual experience, and the best long-term security potential. Only women are hypergamous. Thank you. And hypergamy never seeks its own level. It is always seeking a better than merited exchange. What did I just say? Sounds like Rollo knows his shit. Sounds like he's been talking about this for quite some time. Yes, I have. It is always seeking a better than merited exchange in sexual market value compared to her own. For more information, see False Equivalencies. This was another essay I wrote. When a woman misses the opportunity to consolidate on a confirmed high sexual market value male, that man becomes the new standard for what she believes she can attract as a potential mate. I've had a SMV 8 guy before, so in the future, no man below an 8 will be my optimal choice. She will never be able to give herself as fully to a guy who is a 6 if she's already fucked an 8, and she will be pining for that guy, or that will be the benchmark that she is comparing the old guy who took care of her and let Rose be a fucking fly planes and ride English and have multiple grandchildren and live this wonderful blessed life. That guy doesn't get the fucking diamond out the bottom of the sea. That guy's fucked. That guy is essentially a cuck in that woman's life. Now, is he literally a cuck? No, but she will never give herself to that guy the way she gave herself that one time on the fucking Titanic that she fucking fucked Jack. Leonardo DiCaprio. How ironic is he that he was the one that played that role? Even if a woman's perception of her SMV isn't realistic, her id, I'm talking Freudian terms, her id wants what it believes it can get. The setting of a mating strategy metric in men is largely subconscious process for women, but more often now, high ego women do consciously acknowledge that one man does or doesn't meet her SMV benchmark of a previous lover. As women have become more comfortable embracing open hypergamy amongst their girlfriends on social media, they will readily debate his sexual market value metric of past boyfriends. The alpha widow dynamic is no secret amongst women. Usually this involves women bemoaning the lack of eligible men in their lives when their prime SMV years are behind them. Please note that eligible implies an entitlement to a man who would be ideal. Okay, an ideal. Okay, the qualification process is constant for women and is a complement to men's burden of performance. Thank you, Coral. You didn't think I was going to bring it back to Coral. I am bringing it back to Coral right now. Women's hypergamous filtering process evolved from an existential fear of pairing with any man beneath her own self-perceived sexual market value and risking her life on a bad reproductive bet. The worst existential prospect for a woman is to have her mating strategy superseded and controlled by that of a suboptimal man. So, what does that tell you about the alpha widow dynamic? If she's with a suboptimal 6, she's still going to think, this guy who's a 6 is never going to be as hot as the hot guy that I fucked in the foam cannon party on spring break in Cancun. I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. I know I can get that guy. He was the one that got away. And now that we have Facebook and now that we have social media, she can go look that guy up and see how he's doing. How you doing, Chad? It's been a long time. I haven't seen you since ASU. I haven't seen you since Cancun. What are you doing these days? How many kids do you have? Are you available? Right? That's why we have the alpha widow. And then here's the other thing. It can get so bad that if that woman, and I'm just using Vrabel and the other chick as an example here because I've seen this happen so many times because we have social media, but you'll see these examples of these women who will get with this guy, with their 6, but the guy who they really are pining for, the alpha widow, the guy that they're a widow, in some cases they're literally widows, but they're a widow from that guy, or considered a widow because that guy was the best she could do. That's her soulmate. I'm with the wrong guy. I'm with the wrong dude. I settled for this guy he's good. He's boring. He's not as exciting as the Brazilian helicopter pilot that I fucked when I was, 22, 23 I was so crazy in my college days, right? So she's at 30 years old. She goes, okay, those guys aren't so forthcoming and I need to settle down. I need to find somebody who's good for the long haul. So they get with Joe, and Joe is boring but he has a good job. He's stable. He's good with the kids. He meets all of those blue pill beta aspects, provisioning, protection, parental investment, just like Rose's rich husband. He wasn't never going to be as exciting as Jack, but he did well. She was all good with him for until she was 100 years old and reaped the benefits as a result of that. But he was never going to have that part of Rose because she was still pining for the alpha widow who was Jack, who was a penniless artist who was trying to draw me like your French girls. She was just eagerly took off her clothes so that he could draw her buck ass naked, right? Because he was an artist. No money, no nothing, and was supposed to marry that one dude. Remember, Calvin. Calvin. She was supposed to, and that was not the guy obviously not the guy she married. She was like, I would rather be his whore than your wife. That came out of Rose's mouth when she was the young version of Rose. That's how you get an alpha widow. That's what an alpha widow is. So you got the guy who's the 6, and she got with the guy who she thinks is a 9, right? And she's like, that's the one that got away. Jack at the bottom of the ocean in the Titanic is the one that got away. He's the widow. She's literally widowed. He's dead, right? She was supposed to be with Jack. He was going to be an artist. He was going to be a millionaire. He was going to be. Do you think for a second that Jack was going to be there. I know there's a meme of this. I know there's a don't send it to me. I've seen it already. The AI meme of what really would have happened. I think I even showed it on here. What really would have happened if Jack had survived and they got married and everything. They would have been penniless. She would have had like 6 kids and he would have left her or something like this. It's just this horrible nightmare scenario, right? That doesn't matter. The alpha widow was an ideal. The alpha widow is just it's a fantasy. But that fantasy is important for guys to know. If you are the guy who's the nice, good, dependable beta male 6 at 30 years old when she needs you and the chips are down and she's not getting any younger and she's about to hit the wall here, she's about to hit the wall. And now she's like, damn, I need a man with some benefits. If you're the guy with the benefits, you're never going to get Rose's best. She's never going to fuck you like she fucked Jack in that fucking, lifeboat, or wherever in the car. It was in that car. Yeah, it was in that car. Now that I recall. She's never going to fuck Jack in the car. You're never going to fuck her like Jack fucked her in the car. That's the alpha widow dynamic. Will Costello, please fucking get it right. If you'd like, I will post this. I will post the alpha widow dynamic. Here it is. I'm going to put this in the chat, and I think I will even put this. I will put this as the first comment. I'll pin it as the first comment in the comments here, so Will Costello can actually read this without me actually giving it to him and like insulting him because he doesn't want to talk to me. But I'll put it in there so you can read it anonymously, Will, and you can actually get it right. Okay, please get it right. All right. And then what's funny is this is it's a fantasy ideal. 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. You already know that. And then I thought it was funny because it's like the misconceptions of this whole thing. Remember the plan B? Yeah. Like how women have like 50% of women have a plan B, a backup, right? Mm-hmm. That's the reason why they have the plan B is because they're with a guy who they would need a plan B for in the first place, right? If they already have this idea, well, if things don't work out with this guy because he's not all that exciting, whatever. Well, I know this other guy, I've got beta orbiters, I've got a plan B. And what's even more funny is like the guy who she's with knows about the dude who's the plan B and is like, because it's a friend, because men and women can be friends, right? Alpha widows are the result of, this was my first, I was covering all the misconceptions. Alpha widows are the result of players who fiendishly used these poor, impressionable women before they left them high and dry. Okay. I've already covered that misconception that you're already prone to, Will. It's already right there. Okay, this is great. Blue pill conditioned white knights in particular use this to build their own heroic narrative around women. Of course, not all women are victims of the alpha they were widowed by. The first part of this misconception is the presumption that no woman would ever volunteer for her own widowing. The second is that the alpha player was implicit in his motives to thoroughly imprint himself upon her. The truth is that any seduction requires a willing participant. Art of Seduction by Green, exactly what I was just saying a moment ago. And in accordance with the women's mating strategy, women will eagerly participate in their own seduction. These are alpha widows, not grape survivors, okay? That's what you have to understand, okay? You're almost there. You're going to be red pill. It's my Christian duty now to red pill and bring Will Costello over to the manosphere. I know we can do this. He's never going to acknowledge me, but that's okay. I think we can do a good deed here in spite of it. The misconception is that women being widowed was somehow traumatized by her former lover. The truth is that the more positive the experience was for her, the more impactful the widowing is likely to be. If women didn't think fondly of the one that got away, she wouldn't be an alpha widow in the first place. The emotional despair some women feel over that alpha is usually the result of having missed a pairing in the long term with a better prospective man than the lesser man she settled for by necessity. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to let you guys read the rest of this later on because that I think is important. I will put this. In fact, I will just put this in put that into the comments right now, and so you guys can go check that out if you are so disposed to go and do so. All right, so that's that. I'm just going to let him finish this out because it's so egregious. But I think
women varied a lot on whether they regretted it or not, but a lot of them did. And but what's I don't think is likely is that they're irreparably damaged thereafter, and they're never going to be able to pair bond, and they're always going to want Chad and.
Okay, before you have that opinion, before you settle on that. as sort of like this global understanding. Like, this is what the reason why he's thinking this is because he can't cross that abyss yet. He can't think that women are that fucking terrible. Okay. Literally, the character of Rose says, I would rather be his whore than your wife. Okay. Seriously, watch the last 10 minutes of Titanic and you will understand why this works. Art imitates life. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Anyone who, once she's had Chad, there's no point in going near her because she's always going to want him. And that's more scaremongering. But it is interesting to see.
Okay. It's not scare. I'm glad he brought this part up. Okay. It's not scaremongering. And this is also another one of the misconceptions that I brought up in that article. Okay. Just because Rose has been with Jack and named your kid Jack, named your son Jack. Why are you naming him Jack? Oh, I don't know. I just like it. Is it a family name? No. Then she's drunk with her sister or something one night, and you named him Jack? Yeah. Wasn't he the guy you fucked on that boat one time? Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, the thing is that, is it possible for you to out alpha the alpha widow? Yeah, it is actually. You just have to be you have to be above and beyond the fantasy of Jack. Now that's kind of a tall order when we're talking about the fantasy, the ideal of Titanic. Okay. But by order of degree. Okay. So the alpha, that the guy who is the most impressionable, most dominant, most impactful association, really it's an emotional association, but the guy who is the most dominant alpha she's ever been with, that guy sets the benchmark for the next guy. Okay. So that's why you want to know why body count is important, and he's going to I hope he gets there, but this is William Costello. This is why body count is important. Because if a woman has 25 lovers, one of those 25 is going to be the alpha that she's a widow from. If a woman has, 5, odds are that they're much less of an impact. And maybe you're number 6 and you're better than all those other 5s, right? If you're getting a woman who's 25 bodies, now you've got to out alpha at least a pool of 25 guys. That's the difference, at least from sexual selection part of things. I'm not talking about paternity. I'm just talking about selection, right? So, but here's the thing, as I always say, is it's not necessarily a numbers game. It's an alpha impact game. So when we're talking about body count, I've always posed this question for guys, and you guys can answer this if you'd like in the comments or whatever, but would you rather be with a woman who has a 20 body count, but you are the most alpha dude she's ever been with, and you are the one. You are the alpha from which anybody else after that is going to be widowed by. You are the most alpha motherfucker she's ever been with. You AMOG all those 20 lovers she's had before. Or would you rather be with a woman who has 5 partners, but one of those guys was so alpha and so far beyond, that was Jack, right? There's no comparison to that guy. And you are going to be living with the ghost of that alpha you're going to be trying to AMOG that guy for the rest of your life. Which woman would you rather get with? The woman who has 20 body count and you're the most alpha of all of them, or the woman who has 5 and one dude is always going to out alpha you? She's going to be pining for that one dude the whole time. See, that's the difference between body count. That's why I always, you want to know why I don't really care too much about body count. Like personally, I understand why it's important. Don't get me wrong. Like statistically, factually, I understand why it's important. But as far as like my personal opinion of all of this, I have to look at it in those terms, right? It's a law of averages. Are you enough? Like I know what my wife's body count is, and I know what my body count is too, right? I know I am way more alpha than any other guy that she's ever been with. So I'm not worried about what her body count was, right? I'm not worried at that same way I would say like some of the girls that I work with on Access Vegas. Some of them have, some of them work in commercial porn, right? I can't even guess at what their body count is, right? Because professionally, that's what they do, right? They fuck guys, right? But after a while, is she in a relationship? Is she getting is she having her world rocked by every guy that she has sex with? Probably not, because she can after a while, porn stars compartmentalize that. So is she having an alpha experience with every single one of those guys? Probably not. But again, it's the how deep is the pool? How deep is her backfield, right? And of that backfield, the more guys that she's been with, the odds are higher that she has a guy that she's still pining for. If she is with a guy if you're with a woman who has 5 in her backfield, you got a pretty good chance. You're as long as you stay on top of your game and you're the one who's like that she's pining for, then you're good. Unless one of those 5 happens to be some dude who she can't get over. So it's up to you as a guy, it's up to you to determine that. So anyways, okay, let's keep going. I'm going to let him hang himself here.
How difficult or how easy it might be for women to flexibly come down that mate value hierarchy, because it's different to receiving rejection. So we know that people of both sexes, men and women, when they receive rejection, they're able to say, okay, I realize my level. You take that feedback and you move on and you authoritatively mate. And
okay, so that's the problem. Women don't learn from that. The women don't get rejected. Women, who gets rejected more, men or women? Who do you think is more realistic about their sexual market value, men or women? I'll wait. Especially today, especially in a time when we're telling women, what did I just say a minute ago? Like when you go, hell, what time is it right now? It's all okay. At 5 o'clock in another 30 minutes, go watch whatever podcast. I guarantee you somewhere along the line, Brian's going to ask these girls, evaluate yourself 1 to 10. And every chick on that fucking panel is going to say, I'm a 10. You know why? Because they're all below a 6. Because they're all fucking nasty. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's hard to book good looking chicks. They're all like the lower a woman is on that sexual market value, like effectively, like objectively, the higher she's going to have an estimate of her own. She's going to say, I'm a 10. Because that's what they're supposed to say. Because you're supposed to be unrealistic. You're supposed to be over the top, exaggerating to the nth degree about your own self, because they think sexual market value equals self-worth. And that's why it's one thing I've talked about with Mike a lot of times is we always have to put out this caveat when we talk about sexual market value with women, because women innately, naturally, by default, equate their personal worth with their sexual market value. Why is that? Because women's only real agency is their sexuality. That's why women always take their clothes off. That's why the first thing, whenever a woman wants attention, whenever a woman hits like 50 years old and she wants to do some sort of retrospective in Marie Claire or Vanity Fair or something like that, she's naked. She instantly takes off her clothes. Like, what is it? Porsakova? I forget the chick's name. She's like, she's pushing 6. She still looks good for her age, right? She's Paulina Porsakova. She used to be married to Rick Ocasek from the Cars, right? She wants to look good. She wants to take her clothes off. She wants to still be sexy, because sexy means power. Sexy means agency. That's why women take their clothes off. I just saw this. I'm not going to show the video, but I just saw this. I think it was some sort of like performance art or some sort of installation. And it's this bell. It's this gigantic, looks like a Liberty Bell. And there's this chick and she's under it and she's buck naked from like, at least from the waist down. She's being hung underneath the bell as like a bell ringer. And her tits are out and she's just flailing back and forth. Thank you very much. I think it was either Paul from Come On My Podcast or it was Vince from Masculine Geek who made me aware of this, right? And she's naked and she's like literally like flopping like she looked like she was dead, right? But she doesn't do it with her shirt on. She doesn't do it with a turtleneck sweater. She does it naked. Why? Because that's the only agency women have. And certainly it's not the only. It's their first, best, most natural, innate, default agency that they have. That's why they always get naked. Want to fight me on this, ladies? I will be happy to have that debate with you. The first thing women do is take their clothes off, whether they want to protest or they want to be empowered in any way. Female empowerment means nudity. Always means nudity. When you go and you see some aging actress and you go, oh, what is it? Was it Mariah Carey was just on, she's like 58 or something. Yeah. She's like my age, right? And they have these shots of her in some body stocking and she's still like twerking and trying to, and people go, is this proper behavior for a 58-year-old woman? She's trying to, yeah, you know why? It's absolutely proper behavior. I wouldn't expect anything else because her sexuality is her agency. That's why. That's why she does that. That's why Madonna, who's pushing 70, still does the same fucking thing, because they want to recapture that power. They call the store Forever 21, not Forever 41, because 21 was when they were at the peak. That's when they were hitting on all 8 cylinders, man. That's why. That's the agentic thing, the whole agency thing. And when we say, the thing is that women, when you say, we were evaluating women's worth, that's why they conflate personal worth with sexual market value, personal value with sexual market value, because they don't know any different, because sexuality means agency, means personal worth. That's why. So that's how you get my truth versus the truth, right? My truth is what? Taking my clothes off whenever I need attention, whenever I want to feel empowered. Take your clothes off. Is there any way that a woman can feel empowered with her clothes on? I would like to somebody give me some examples. I would like to know how women can be empowered in a public way with their clothes on, without sexualizing themselves, that anyone would pay attention to, or that other women would, or anybody else would. Like that's the whole point. It's the default setting. So anyways, I'll keep going.
You're happy with your life or whatever. Whereas actually experiencing a mate who's more attractive than you and having them deceive you and think like, that's tantalizing. It's very different. That's a different prospect than accepting after rejection. It's different to actually have had it and then come back down. So it would be interesting to explore. A stopped watch is right twice a day, but maybe the manosphere can be right about something.
Yeah, maybe we can sound right sad. Yeah, there we go. That's it. We can pull that out now. Well, I'll take it. I'll take the win. There you go. Bravo. You've now confirmed another in a roundabout way, in the most insulting possible, the most diplomatically insulting way you could possibly admit that we're right. Thank you for at least the admission that the manosphere might actually be talking some sense. Right now, of course, you're going to have to go and go do a Twitter poll and find out. Hey, let's start a Twitter poll and see if this is for real. The thing that gets me is like, and again, I'm not. I have been very hypercritical of Will Costello, and I will continue to be hypercritical of him. I like Mac and Murphy probably better than Will, but I will say this: Mac and Murphy still confirming all this stuff about the red pill and manosphere. Chris Williamson, who won't say my name or Mike Sartain's name for that matter, still confirming all this great stuff. Even what was it? I don't know her name, but who was it? Tom Belew's wife, who's got them crazy ass eyes, man. Like when this is like normal, like this is your normal eyes, like where you see the whites around all of the eyes. Like Tom, bro. She's got them cornrows on one side right there. It's like, it gives me Brittany Venner vibes. Oh man. But she's had Orion Taraban on there, who probably wouldn't say he's red pill per se, but is most definitely red pill. I love it when people want to talk about like, oh, they want to use who is it? They want to use Joe Rogan or like was it? I didn't get to her today. The Manosphere divorce thing with Mary from Pop Culture Crisis, right? They're covering. This is an old story, by the way, Mary. I'm sorry to say, I know you did it a couple hours ago, but and I like Mary quite a bit too. I've been on the show before. I would really love to go back on that show again and just like sort of like have a good conversation about this stuff, because I think there's like some things that need to be clarified for her. I don't think she's deliberately like trying to be a bitch or trying to be like crazy about stuff. I just think that she just needs to be like informed about stuff. But the fact that there's this trend of women, articles anyways, I think it might be in the Atlantic or New York Times or some shit about how there's this rise in manosphere divorces, right? And she even quotes James Sexton too, who actually confirms some of this. Like there's this rise in women who are saying that the manosphere in some way contributed to the death of their marriage, right? Like, is it possible that your marriage was going to die anyways, and that was just it sounds manosphere sounds like some cutesy thing to blame it on? Or maybe these guys actually decided that maybe they're not really into the marriage anymore. And who initiated the marriage, or who initiated the divorce? Was it her or was it the guy? But they quote, or they cite, of course, Andrew Tate ruined my marriage. Andrew Tate is on record as saying he's no longer part of the manosphere or the red pill, and he hates it being referred to as being in any way red pill. And that's as far back as like 2 years ago, and probably even sooner than that. But I'll tell you this, is as soon as it's useful, he'll say he's red pill again, because he doesn't care. It's all about the money. It's all about the grift. It's all about the clout. It's all about the attention. It's all about the notoriety. Same thing with Sneeko. Sneeko hates the manosphere until he doesn't. Until everybody says, man, it's cool to be a man. You're going to make money if you call yourself manosphere. He'll call himself manosphere the next day. That's all that matters. Same thing with Joe Rogan. They even said Joe Rogan featured heavily in that video that Mary was doing. And the thing that's funny is Joe Rogan hates us. He calls us, and I quote, those bottom of the barrel podcasts, referring to me, referring to whatever podcast, and referring to Fresh and Fit, right? I think Rogan would take issue being lumped into the same group as the quote unquote manosphere, but they don't know who else to talk. They don't know who else to say. It could have been me. It could have been Mike. It could have been Myron. It could have been Brian. It could have been MTR. It could have been, by the way, I'm very upset too, because he just announced that he's taking a break for a while. I don't know if his cancer had come back. He said it hasn't, and it's been 5 years since he had any sign of it, and it's been in remission for 5 years, but I don't know why he would be taking a hiatus or leaving podcasting in general, I like MTR. So, but anyways, or how about No Fugazi? Could have been him. Could have been, there's a lot of people in the quote unquote man who they won't say they're in the manosphere, but they are, right? You are. Nobody leaves the manosphere. Could have been Rich Cooper. Maybe they listen to Rich. He hates the man. It's the man of swamp, right? Maybe it was Rich. Maybe Rich was contributing to the death of your marriage. He's very outspoken when it comes to marriage, for sure. I mean, he's built his brand on divorce and anti-marriage and never get married kind of thing. Shit, at least I've been married for 30 years. You can't quote me, because don't look at me. I've been married happily for 30 some odd years right now. I wasn't me that broke you up. But and the other thing is that, you don't know these people. You don't know their situation. The guy could be fucking crazy. She could be crazy. I think the one that they quoted was this one guy who was, she was supposedly working full time, and they didn't have any kids, and she was supporting him while he was getting he was going to be a surgeon, and he was studying to be a surgeon. And then he popped off about something like, oh, you don't appreciate me because I'm a white guy and I'm going to be a surgeon or some shit. I'm like, who says shit like that? And whether they listen to somebody in the manosphere or not, like even if they did and they were influenced by it, like who gets influenced to say something like that in the first place? Oh, we had such a great, wonderful relationship before all this. Did you really? Because I bet if I was around, I could probably poke holes in that too, but it doesn't matter. Anyways, the long story short is I think as far as the trying to bring this full circle, like what the evolution of the manosphere is going to be. Now I know guys in the MRAs who will go nameless are trying to sort of clean up the manosphere, and they're putting a new religion. You guys are just like God Pill 2.0. As far as I'm concerned, they want to deny the fact that there's that evolutionary psychology has anything to do with it, or they think that we don't talk about Evo bio, which is horseshit, because we do talk about that. There's so much more to the manosphere, red pill, whatever you want to call it, than just evolutionary psychology. Does that play a very key, very large role in it? Sure, absolutely. That's not the only thing. Like when I've been asked before, I say, when people ask me like, Rolo, what is the red pill? I'm like, how long do you have? Because there's no elevator pitch, right? But it's evolutionary psychology. It's evolutionary biology. It's endocrinology. It's neurology. It's psychology. It's regular psychology. It's sociology. It's anthropology. You could throw political science in there if you'd like to. I mean, there's lots of crossover. It's reproductive sciences. Let's think. Here's the thing. Intersexual dynamics crosses over into so many fucking fields that it's impossible to say what its all about, right? I can go and give you studies. Hell, I would just, people have been posting this again like it's news. I've been talking about this since 2020, but there's been these articles that are resurfacing right now about how the female egg, the female ovum, chooses different sperm. It chooses by, and I mean this by like a chemical reaction. It produces proteins so that certain sperm can come through to fertilize, and some are pushed, slowed down so they don't get there. There's this selection between, like, by the way, between one man's sperm and another man's sperm at the site of conception, which only happens if, I'll let you fill in the blanks, but there's a reason why that evolutionary adaptation should exist in the first place, is because it happened often enough over the course of 200,000 years of human evolution that it became necessary for the female egg to be able to select between different men's sperm that happened to be in the same, or multiple men's sperm happen to be in the same site. Need to select between differing men's sperm. Why? Because differing men's sperm would happen to be there, right? Well, how would that happen? And why would that happen so often that it would need to be an evolutionary adaptation? Sorry, I'm not God, and I'm not going to, well, it must be because God wanted it to be that way. Okay, maybe. That's always a possibility, okay? But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's most likely because of the human reproductive process, okay? Well, that God created. Okay, fine, you win. But the facts are the facts. Okay. If you want to pet the dog, then you got to pay the tax. Cheese tax. Anyways. Oh, I'm not quitting early. Don't worry. Don't worry, Sammy. This is not early for me. What are we at? The 3:30 mark? Yeah. Maybe we'll quit now. Don't quit now. We love it, man. You're really good. You love it. You're cooking today. Good. Well, I'm glad I'm cooking today. But anyway, so this whole project that I'm working on right here, the Manosphere's next evolution is, as I said, and I've been sort of saying this tongue in cheek, but the people who are going to lead the most men to the red pill, the people who are going to make the most amount of men red pill aware, is not going to be me. I'm glad to have taken a good, important part of that. And it ain't going to be Paul Elam, and it ain't going to be even Myron Gaines. You know what it's going to be? It's going to be Alex Cooper from fucking Call Her Daddy. That's who's going to lead the most guys to red pill awareness. I know it sounds sick. I know it sounds unintentional. But when she's getting 6 million to 10 million views on every single fucking episode, I'm sorry, there is not hell. I don't even think maybe Joe Rogan gets more than that, but he's Manosphere too anyway. So I guess it's kind of a moot point. But I will tell you this right now: nobody in my circle of influence gets that kind of pull. There's some other. I don't know if it's not Call Her Daddy. There's some other ones around that follow a similar format. And ladies, can you, like, at the very least stop doing this shit on couches with I feel like it's like they're at the Central Perk in an episode of Friends, and they got these big comfy couches, and they got these big giant oversized coffee cups, or they got the mug of water, the water, the sippy cups of water or whatever it is. And they're just like, they're wrapping some little, throw blanket on, like they're cold. It's like, you're in a studio, like we can turn it up here. I can do it here in the studio if I want to. Like, no, but they're trying to evoke a feeling. And understand this: Call Her Daddy, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say their audience is skews way more to the female side of things and not the male side of things. But you know where I have seen the most clips from Call Her Daddy? On everyone who has a Manosphere influencer who's trying to, like, basically clip grift, right? They're clip farming these. And usually they're Pakistani guys who are just kind of throwing things out there trying to get, hey, what do you guys think of this? Yeah, she's a whore. Let's talk about whores. Please keep engagement going so I can make some money from Elon, because $41 goes a long way in Pakistan. So yeah, it's and then I was also going to say that the other thing is this: is I think people need to be more aware of is the money that is it's changing hands from within the manosphere in the first place. The evolution of the manosphere, as far as I'm concerned, is going to the popular conception of the manosphere is going to be the Louis Theroux. Sorry, I'm saying it wrong. Apparently, people correct me. Theroux. I don't fucking care. I'll call it Theroux. It's like Clavicular. Clavicular got outed. Like 2 billion paid views. Don't believe me? Go look at the fucking. It's black and white. There's a thing. There's also a study. I've got this thing. It's a PDF of it, of how like Nick Fuentes essentially like buys all of his engaged. Like he's not nearly as popular as everybody thinks he is. But the thing is because he's managed to pull off the same kind of shit that like Clav has for a while. That's what gets him on 60 Minutes. That's what gets him these like on big name. That's what got him on Tucker Carlson. Hell, that's what got him on Pierce Morgan. That's what got if you seem like you're the next hot thing, they're going to give you the call. Same thing with Clav. Why does Clav literally ran over a motherfucker on Christmas Eve? I remember I was in the hospital when I'm like, what the fuck? With a Cybertruck. Is that guy still alive? Did he die? Like,
he's good.
Is he like, was there going to be like any kind of manslaughter charges or civil suit or anything like that? No, it just disappears. Didn't he get arrested for a fake ID when he was pulling out shit at ASU? And what is it? Isabella Moody decided she wanted to have his babies all of a sudden. Like what happened with that? I thought, doesn't he have to go to some sort of arraignment for that? No, he doesn't. Well, he OD'd 2 weeks ago. They didn't carry him to the hospital. They didn't have like the EMTs didn't come up with a gurney or stretcher or something like that. His friends like lifted him up and like threw him in the back of some black SUV and like, I don't know, some black Escalade or some shit. Drove him somewhere. What happened to that? Is he going to rehab? No, he's not. He's just as healthy as he always been. I hope I get to see him in Miami this week, actually. Because I want to pick his brain and figure out how I can get 1,610 people to start pumping my shit so I can go get on 60 Minutes and talk shit about people, right? I mean, that's the thing is like when I listen to otherwise, maybe they're just part of the problem, but when I listen to like Chris Williamson, who's always been a problem, but when I listen to them try to like explain looks maxing as if they are some sort of preeminent experts and authorities on looks maxing, which has been around really since 2013, 2011, whatever. They're going to use Clavicular as the poster boy for that. The reason why you're doing that, Chris Williamson, is because he pays for his views. You wouldn't know his name if it had 2 billion paid views in the month of April. I don't know what May is going to be. And it's very easy to find the stats and very easy to track this because Kick is the one that's putting the money behind it. At least as far as I'm able to tell. Probably Peter Thiel has something to do with it as well. Same thing for Sneeko. I know that Nick Fuentes just signed a deal for something for making money. Did you hear about that, Kyle?
I have not.
Nick Fuentes just signed on for some, he's being bankrolled by somebody. I'm not really sure who yet. But now, of course, what's interesting is like you see Sneeko, Clavicular, and Nick Fuentes, who like I would never expect Sneeko to be sitting in the same room with those motherfuckers, right? But whatever, if the money's green, like Sneeko's there. So there, I got a feeling I know that they're all on Kick, right? They're all Kick funded. I know Sneeko makes his money on Kick. I know fucking Clav makes money on Kick. Is Nick a Kick guy?
I think so.
I think he's a Kick guy. They're making money off of Kick. Kick is the one that's pushing all these guys. Dan Bilzerian talking shit about them. That's fucking war. It's like WWE, like Summer SmackDown. That's going to be your Summer SmackDown. Dan Bilzerian versus Sneeko, Clav, and Fuentes. Fight! God, it's so contrived. You want to know where the manosphere is evolving? That's going to definitely be a part of it. That's definitely where it's going. Like, message to Paul Elam. If you want to clean up the manosphere, if you want to repair the manosphere, start with Sneeko, Clav, and Nick Fuentes. Like, go to those guys first. Like, go to the people that everybody quotes. Go to Joe Rogan. Talk to Rogan about it. Tell Rogan he should really clam up about EVOPsych because he's got way more pull than I do. Start with Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy because she's got 6 to 10 million views every episode. You don't need to talk. You don't come at me. Go after her. She's the one that's confirming the red pill and the manosphere over and over again. Don't come at me. Go after Chris Williamson. Go after fucking Will Costello. I know you think I'm a soft target, whatever. I'm not your problem. Those guys are your problem. I don't have anything like the pull that those motherfuckers have. I got 6 books under my belt, and I think I know my shit. And I know that a lot of my work is basically the R&D department for these asshats. But those are the guys you need to talk to. Theo Vaughn is a part of the manosphere. Why are you not talking shit about him? Right? Jordan Peterson. Why don't you talk shit about Jordan Peterson? Why don't you talk shit about who else did they throw on that list? Shit, you could go run. Here's what you could do. You could go run down the list of all the accounts that were on the diverting hate DHS watch list that we were on. It was myself, Rich Cooper. Go after Rich. Why are you not going after Rich? Go after Aaron Clary. I would love to see you talk shit about Aaron Clary. I will pay you to go after Aaron Clary. MTR was on that list. Fresh and Fit. Pearl. Why don't you go after Pearl? Pearl talks about exactly the same shit because she uses my material. Why aren't you going after Pearl? She's got more pull than I do. Everybody keeps reminding me of that. Go for it. Why are you not going after her? No, you're not. You know why you're coming after me? Because I'm the source. Because I'm the one I'm the one with the books. I'm the one who's been doing this longer than any of these guys. I've outlasted all of these dudes. I've outlasted everyone from 2002 to 2026, and I will keep outlasting anybody else. Outlasted Kevin Samuels, outlasted Jordan Peterson, outlasted, God, who else was there? I mean, there's names who I've outlasted that you'll go, who, what? And I'll go, exactly. You don't even remember who they are anymore. I outlasted, what's his face? Anthony Johnson. I've outlasted the fat kid in Brazil. I've outlasted all those motherfuckers. Why do you think that is? Because I'm real. That's why. Because I mean what I say and I do what because I'm about it, man. That's why. Like, all your goals are a list of my fucking accomplishments. That's why. Everything you look at my body of work. That's why you come after me. That's why everybody comes after me. They think, oh, that Rolo guy, didn't you say vasectomy one time? Is that all you got? Can we talk about like concrete shit? No, you're not, because you can't attack that. So anyways, and then 9 times out of 10, you just don't know what you're talking about. And I kind of came to this conclusion, and I'll get to the super chats here and we'll finish up, but I came to this conclusion because I talked to Ryan Stone about this one time, and we every now and then we get back to this debate is like, do they actually believe this shit, or is it really a grift, right? Is it just something that these guys throw out? And I've come to the conclusion that they actually believe it. And it's actually something that they're invested in. They actually think this. So like, whenever I get these guys who are like, I think one of the things that a lot of people say is like, these guys build these straw man arguments about the red pill and then they knock them down, right? Which is true, because like, functionally they're straw man arguments. But I think those straw man arguments come from a state of belief. Not actually like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to lie about these guys and build this straw man and then knock it down. No, they think that. They think that the straw man is actually real. Their presumptions, their ignorant, confident ignorance about certain topics, or they'll just simply think like, oh, I've never heard the manosphere say X, Y, and Z. Well, no, here we go. We've talked about this all over. But they really believe that they have never seen this before. Or something along the lines of like, oh, those red pill guru guys, I never see them in healthy relationships or marriages or anything like that. I've been married 30 years. I wrote the fucking Rational Male. I've been married for 30 fucking years. Happily, thank you very much. And I have a daughter who I'm not estranged from or any of that bullshit. She loves me like crazy, okay? You know that. You've met my daughter. It's all, their shit is bullshit. You can believe it or you cannot believe it. If you would like me to show you, I'll be happy to. Just follow my Instagram, really. That's all you got to do. But they believe that. Because they can't not believe that. It's not a straw man. They actually believe the bullshit that they're making up, that is essentially a straw man that they get to knock down. And the thing is, how do I know that they believe this? Because they won't have the conversation with me. If I say, I know. Okay, here's the thing. But let's talk about alpha widows. Like I was saying for a minute ago. Like here's the concept of the alpha widow. Here's why you're, let's say, like you're 60% wrong about this. Will Costello. Will probably believes the bullshit. He probably he wants to seem knowledgeable, right? He wants to say, here's what the alpha widow is. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He could easily just read the essay that I just read to you guys from 2019 and get a good idea about it. And you could even probably like create a good experiment to see if it's valid or whatever. You could probably build it off of that. He's never going to do that because he already believes that the straw man that he's propping up and just wants to begrudgingly say, well, maybe they're, a stopped clock is right twice a day or some shit like that. Okay, like throw me a bone, man. Like have the conversation. Actually go, or don't even do that. You don't even have to talk to me personally. Go read the fucking article and say, okay, this seems like it has merit. I even cover the misconceptions that you already made. Like, and so what do you think? Include that in your experimentation. I would love to see that. Won't happen because they believe in the straw man. It's not that they make it up to knock it down. It's not the making up part. They actually believe that the made up part is legit. And that's why they won't have that conversation. They won't ever have a debate about something. They won't ever take anything won't have a critical analysis of it because they've already made up their minds about it. And then because they have to, because their brand depends on it. They said this at one time and somebody held them and they'll hold their feet to the fire for it. So they better be right about the straw man. They better believe in it. And then what happens is when somebody comes along, like my smart ass, and says, well, if that's what you think, then back your convictions up and talk to me about it. Come to Vegas or whatever. Don't even do that. Just have a live stream with me via StreamYard and let me explain to you why you're wrong. And maybe you can come to a better assessment. They're not interested in truth. They're not interested in what actually is. They're interested in their own bullshit. They're interested in what should be, what is right and wrong, what is good or bad, what is a best practice and what's not, according to the truth that they think they already know. Well, no, I'm saying let's debate what is true or false. Okay, if we did, then we could have a better assessment of it. You probably think a little bit different of me, and maybe you could come to a better idea of what we're actually talking about. But you don't want to do that because that's not the straw man. You actually believe the straw man is legit. That's why. Okay. Alphas are pure ego. If you're a clown, if you don't want your own kids. Okay. Well, don't let Paul Elam hear that because apparently anything you could possibly do is simping. If I'm doing this show, I'm simping. If I pick up the phone to call my wife, I'm simping. If I get in the car, the only reason if I buy a new Camaro because I want a new Camaro, it's really not because I'm simping because I want to look good. I'm only doing it for female approval. I'm only wearing this shirt and tank top so I can show my guns off because I want female approval or male approval.
I'm on this podcast.
I'm on this podcast. Kyle's only over there because he's simping. Yeah. That's why he's only producing this because he wants chicks to think that he's
mysterious.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Yeah, baby.
Well, I'm a whore.
Yeah, pretty much. We're all whores. We're all simps, man. You found us out, brother. I feel weaker listening to Red Pill from an Irish accent. Yeah. Okay, you win. You win. That's the best. Wait, there you go. That's that is the super chat of the day. Rolo, aren't you passionate about this shit? Does it seem like I'm not? Why don't you ever give straight answers to everything? I'm not. We need answers on what alpha is. Oh, easy. There's this great book. It's called The Rational Male. It was published in 2013. It was written by this great author. His name was Rollo Tomasi. It's not his real name. That's his writer, his pen name, just so you know. And there's a few chapters in there. One's called Alpha. One's called The Origin of Alpha. One's called the Contextual Alpha. The other one is there's another Alpha. There's a whole section dedicated to Alpha in there. It's almost as if this was written and very well thought out for quite some time now. And I think perhaps, oh, sorry, that's me being evasive. Yeah. Okay. What would you like to know? Seriously, just read the book, man. All that shit's been done. Will Costello is difficult to listen to. He's a sanctimonious prick and the embodiment of a male feminist. That's kind of harsh. I don't think Mike Sartain would approve of that level of diplomacy, my friend. Yeah, okay. I can see how he would come off that way. I still will never forgive him for the bullshit incel research that he colluded with the government to do. But anyways, I digress. Another word for social proof is social validation, a woman's way to seek validation from her family, her friends, and social media. Okay, I think that's definitely part of it. Okay, I'll give you get a B+, a B-. You get a B- for that one. Pastor Tomasi, thank you. I'm Pastor Tomasi. Pastor Tomasi, yes. Setting the Manosphere pulpit on fire. You got it. I will do my best, sir. I will do my best. Funny how they... Oh, this is Polish money. What do you mean Polish money for? Funny how they swap narration about Rollo as they need for current narration, and nobody mentioned his happy marriage and well-raised daughter, what Jordan Peterson can't do, and raise Michaela like that.
Play the Andrew Tate clip.
From your lips to God's ears. Yeah, exactly. Would you like me to show you the Michaela Peterson walk by? Because I could do that again. I got that right here on tap for you. Hold on, let me do that. It wouldn't be a rational male video if I didn't do that. Here we go. It's almost better than a sound drop. Where'd it go? Oh wait, it's in the intro one. I have these on tap. Here you go.
Once you've been a fighter, what other competition matters? Like, how can I possibly have interest in putting a ball in a net when I've been smashing people's skulls in for 15 years?
There you go. It's almost. I should just keep that on. I can just keep that in like videos that I have like on tap, just ready to go. All right, yeah. And let's see the last one. Check out a sketch comedy called Content Machine.
Yep.
Have you seen it?
I've seen their content before.
They're Crypto Red Pill. Really? Crypto Red Pill?
They do more like skit. It's a bunch of skits. It's sketch comedy.
What's it called? It's called Content Machine. Is it good?
Well, the clips I've seen, pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't watched their content specifically, like all of it.
Okay.
In tandem.
Dude, okay. I don't have it with me. I have it it's on my studio drive. It's on one of my drives on my studio system. I have a video of drunk Michaela. It's an outtake. It's a studio outtake that she thought she got because she posted it and then took it down, but I copied it before she got it. Gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch.
I should put that one in there too. She's like, I think she's like drinking gin. I should never drink gin before a podcast. I can't do this sober. All right. Next week, this coming week, I should say, I will be in Miami, Florida. I'm going to do the Danza Project. I believe that's going to be on Friday. I don't think it's going to be a live stream. If it is a live stream, I'll let you know. But I think Miguel Danza records that. I missed him last year. I'm not going to miss him this year. Mike and I have probably 4 other podcasts lined up. Fresh and Fit will be definitely on board. We're going to go on Fresh's podcast for sure. The 304 podcast. We'll be doing that. I've told Myron I'd really love to do a one-on-one with him at the studio, at Fresh and Fit Studio. If we do after hours with girls, so be it. There's been talk about us getting together with Clav at some point, so maybe that'll happen. There's been rumors that we might be able to get Clav to go to the Miami White Party. That is the Babes in Toyland party. It just depends on if we can get Steve Fowler to sign off on it because it's his gig. And if he says no, then it's off. But either way, we'll try to do some content with Clav. We're going to probably be hanging out with my boyfriend, Justin Waller.
You guys are official.
Yeah, we're official now. We're Facebook. We're IG official now. We're not. That's my soft launch. Let's see what else we got. Oh, and so my Reignite group will be there. I think we've got something like, I'm pretty sure we got 7 or 8 guys coming for this one. We have 6 guys that I know of that are going to be on the deep sea fishing trip, which is going to be on Thursday the 14th. 15th is Friday. I believe we've got Danza Project then. And then we've got, how could I forget? I'm going to be doing a photo shoot with Mike Tang. If you know who Mike Tang is, he's a really good friend of mine, friend of the show for a while. He is probably, if not the best photographer that I know of, but like for women who he's photographed some of the most beautiful women on planet Earth. He's going to be photographing Mike's girlfriend, who's not his girlfriend, and then Mike and I will be getting our own shoots because we usually get one shoot every year, every other year. We've shot with him before, but we're going to do like our presser shots with Mike. I have done so many shots with Mike Tang I can't even remember. Like I've been doing shots with him since 2021. He's a fantastic photographer. I'm so looking forward to hanging out with Mike because he's like this. He's like he'll literally say family, right? We're like family. I love seeing Mike. He comes to Vegas out now and then too, so I see him whenever I did. I actually did a photo shoot, and no, you don't get to see the pictures, but I've done a photo shoot with myself and my wife with Mike. That's how tight we are with Mike. So I'll be doing that probably on the 13th, I believe. 14th is the fishing trip, and then 16th is the Babes in Toyland Miami White Party, which is going to be the charity thing that we do every year. It's going to be at Strawberry Moon. It doesn't quite overlap, but it almost overlaps with XBiz, which is there right now. I think they're going on until the 14th, so I might get there like a day or two before. I might see Tiffany Fox while I'm out there. But I'm going to be doing some content with some people while I'm there. My Reignite group guys are going to be there. We're going to do we're doing our get together, our annual meetup. We'll be smoking some cigars. We'll be doing all those manosphere things that those guys say that we do, right? Yeah, well, we're going to be going and doing some good shit. And you guys already know my group, Reignite. If you want to get involved with that, you can check out the link below. Please, guys, the book, the hardback book is almost done. It's out for approval right now. As soon as I get the go ahead for that will be up as soon as I can do it. Let's see what else. Oh, and then the Reignite book, man. If you haven't got the new Reignite book, if you're looking to sort of like come back from being zeroed out, I'm here to help. I think I mentioned this on the last episode. I had a friend. Now he's a new friend of mine. I'm just going to call him Steve. And he hit me up because he was going through some real shit and didn't charge him a thing. Just said, hey, come join the group. Come talk to us in the Zoom calls. We'll get you set straight. I mean, if he becomes a member, great. If not, it's okay too. But that's why the group exists. That's why we're here. We're here to help. We want everybody's on board with helping everybody else out. And that's one of the greatest things I think about Reignite. And I really love each and every one of these guys because they all get it. And so I would very much like to include you guys. If you guys you're going through some shit or you need some help or you need, you don't have to be zeroed out. You could just be like, hey, I want to find a group of like-minded guys. I want to go do some fun shit like fishing or go to the gun range or go run around on quads in the Nellis dunes, out by the Nellis Air Force Base. And I like girls, so we'll take you to, Babes in Toyland. We always try to plan our events around Babes in Toyland events or like some cool get-togethers where we know there's going to be girls there. You can practice your skills, get yourself back in the game. Good shit like that. People ask me this question all the time. They say, Rollo, is it only for old guys? I will say this. Our demographic tends to be between 45 and 65. We have some guys that are even older than that, and we have guys that are younger than that. So there's no like hard, fast, we don't have an age requirement per se. But we tend to appeal to that demographic. So we've got a guy in the group who's 34. And we've got a guy who's 65 right now. So that's the range. The only difference between my group and MOA really is that we're more database. We're more like Mike says, we're the defensive side of things. He's the offensive side of things. But the thing is you still have to know offense to know defense, and you have to know defense to know offense, right? Mike is much more like, let's get out in the clubs, let's practice our skills. Most of his immersion stuff, he just had an immersion like where he gets like anywhere between 10 and 20 guys come out to Vegas and they go out and it's like a hot seat. It's like a seminar. It's what do you call it? A mastermind, I guess. And then they go out in the clubs and they practice skills and stuff like that. It's usually for younger dudes, right? It's usually guys who like going to Zook, who like going to Hakkasan, like going to Sapphire. I like that. I'm 58. I like going to Sapphire. But hell, I like going to Zoop too. But the thing is like, that's not everybody's speed. And so that's why me and Joe Marron have put together Reignite. If you are also, hell, you don't even have to be a member of Reignite. You can simply buy the book and get an idea of like what it's about. The Reignite book is a primer for my Reignite group, but it's also a standalone part of the Rational Meal series. So people keep asking me, well, what's Reignite about? It's about sort of bringing together all of these what have previously been sort of disparate concepts. I go into great detail about frame, about burden of performance, mental point of origin, mindset as a part of that. Then there's other aspects of it too, but it makes sense of what we've talked about in the Red Pill for a long time by connecting all those things together and using that connection so that you can build a plan for yourself, for your own sort of reinvention or your own reigniting yourself. That's what it's about. And it's doing very well. It's actually one of my better selling books right now, which I'm actually kind of proud of. So do check it out. It's available on Amazon. You can go to the link down there. You can find all of my books on Amazon. I am back on Twitter. So if you need to get in touch with me on Twitter, that's great. As I said, again, I'll be in Miami all this week. And so as a result, please check out my Instagram because I'm going to be doing a lot more posting on Instagram than I usually do on Twitter. But anyways, and then also follow my Substack if you want to learn more about this stuff. People say, oh, well, how come you can't be direct about all this stuff? And what is an alpha? Okay, fine. Go to the rationalmail.com. You can just go and look at year one. It's all right there. Pretty much everything in my first book to a greater or lesser degree, you can find for free on my blog. Or follow me on Substack, become a member. Please become a paying member of Substack. It's only $9.99 a month. Or if you want to go for a whole year, it's $99 a year. So give you two months for free if you just sign up for a year. It's great. I'm usually putting out anywhere between 1 and 3, somewhere around there, posts per week. So I'm doing pretty active in that. And then again, if you want to just join the Zoom calls that we do for Reignite, and you just want to talk about stuff, maybe you don't need a full hour with me one-on-one, which you can always book with me. You can go to my Patreon, which again is in the links below. And if you sign up for the $200 level, the $200 tier, I will include you in the Zoom calls that we do for the Reignite group so you can get an idea what the Reignite group is about. And then if you have questions, you want to have conversations, if you have a problem that you want to sort of hash out with like-minded guys, because that's the number one question everybody asks is like, where can I find like-minded Red Pill guys? I'm showing it to you right here. This is hands-on. This is doing the real work. This is talking to guys and like one-on-one and actually doing the work and helping dudes out, right? So it's not just like, oh, it's not just coursework. It's not just watching videos or it's not Kajabi classes. It's me. It's actually me. So I'm the most accessible dude in the manosphere. So please, and this is how you access me. So that being said, that's good. The last announcement I have is that on May 20th, after we come back from Miami, we're going to be doing Access Vegas, and we have agreed to talk to the guys from ABC Australia. We're going to be having the dude. What is the dude's name? What is this guy's name? I know I put it in Mike's hoochie here. Where'd it go? I just saw it not too long ago. God, did anybody see anything? Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni have like settled out of court? Yeah. God, that was funny as shit. Oh, here's his name. Okay, his name is Mark Fennell. M-A-R-C. Fennell. Mark Fennell. I got his Instagram right here too. So anyways, he will be, we'll be talking to him. We're actually going to go to Roll and Smoke Barbecue, yeah. Hang out with him. He's going to talk to us before the show. I'm going to see if I'm going to reach out to him and see if he wants to be a guest. He wants to be the male guest on Access Vegas. I think that would be the best way to get him sort of like give him the real experience instead of just sitting back. So Mark Fennell, if you're watching, I would love to have you as the male guest on Access Vegas so you can get an idea about what we do. I think that's the easiest way to do it. But anyways, we're going to have him on the show. It's be similar to what we did with the CBS film crew when we had them actually in here back in August of last year. So we're going to be doing that. And I know people are like, oh no, that's a bad look. Oh my God, they're going to fuck you. Well, if we don't know our shit, then they're going to fuck us, right? But here's the thing. That's why I want to have him on the show. I want him to be actually the guest, the male guest on the show. And if he agrees to that, great. That'd be awesome. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it works. Don't worry, guys. Trust me. Trust me. It's okay. Just trust Uncle Rollo. Uncle Rollo knows what he's doing. There you go. People who know him like, oh my God, he's the Australian Louis Theroux. That guy's gonna fuck you. Why do you think he's gonna fuck me? Why do you think he's gonna fuck us? Please tell me. Can somebody? Okay, here's the thing. If you think that's gonna happen, I want to hear from you. Like text me or email me or leave a comment. If you think there's if you have some video of him fucking somebody else over in the past, I want to see it. I want people to tell me what they think of this guy and what to expect. Okay. So hit me up on Twitter, or DM me on Instagram, whatever it is. Just let me know, man. Let me know. All right. That's that. I'll see you guys in Miami. Oh, and then next week's show won't be from here. I'm going to do it from the Hyatt Centric in Miami. Ooh. I'll be doing it remote from probably my hotel room. So, or wherever looks cool. But anyway, so next week's show will be live from Miami, Florida, right near the beach. So look forward to that. And I will see you guys next week from Miami. Peace.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
It was my first time, but I was just a kid.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by to win. Over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go.
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck his dick.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
If there's any girls there, I want to do them.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stubbing with her head. Like she's Claudia Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Run me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting nasty. Working up and down on your body. Run me turning up my song on your body. Baby, we get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again. And maybe things we did for goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. And maybe we can fuck again.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Singing Podcast has been a production of the Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2026. Don't steal Ned stuff.
Oh, those guys are back!
Hey, y'all.
Perfect.
Kowalski, analysis.
We're never gonna score! We're never gonna score!
God wants you to have the